All right, looks like we might have video now. We get it figured out.
Your call has been forwarded.
All right, well, I'm not sure if this is going or not. See if it works. I had some major issues. I don't know what was happening there, but it wouldn't even register. Like there was no video at all for some reason. Let's see if I could see if anybody's around. Yeah, sorry about the confusion. Oh, okay, we did get something. How we doing tonight? Sorry for all the confusion. The YouTube stuff is being kind of weird. Figured I'd give my brother a call to see if he could see what the problem was. But yeah, tonight we're just going to be going through and taking some of these preforms that I've got. Hopefully the sound isn't too messed up. Not really sure. Like nothing's really working tonight. I don't know why. Can you hear me though? Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Something's been happening with YouTube lately, though. I'm not really sure what's happening. It's kind of a little frustrating, a little frustrating. All right, are we seeing anything? Testing. All right, well. Okay, so you can hear me. Excellent. Well, I definitely appreciate the feedback there. It's just a little bit difficult to figure out what was going on. Hey, Gold Beach. Awesome. Welcome. Welcome. So yeah, tonight we're just going to be kind of doing some sphere. Well, we're going to be taking some of my preforms here, and let me grab those. And we're going to get these guys going. So I think what we're going to do is probably take this preform right here. And actually, this isn't the one because it's got, you can see right there, it's got some pretty gnarly divots in it that I still really got to work out. And that's going to take a lot of extra time. So I think what we might do is we might actually come over to this one because it does have a divot as well in it. You can kind of see there, but it's not nearly as bad. And I've already started rounding some of these off, some of these edges here. I've got a new 60 grit belt on here. That should help out a lot. And then what we're going to be doing is just rounding the edges off here. Then we're going to put it in the roughing machine, which has got these roughing cups on it. And then that doesn't take, well, this takes more time than the polish and pre-polish machine. So we'll just start out doing a little bit of roughing on the wheels here and go through the process. Definitely appreciate everybody joining tonight. Sorry for all the YouTube issues, but we're trying to get some new stuff set up here. And it looks like there was a little bit of an issue with compatibility on YouTube, I believe. Actually, this is bowenite. And so this is it's a type of serpentine. There's a few different types of serpentines out there, but This is actually, a lot of the times they'll call this gem serpentine because of the higher quality of it. It takes an amazing polish. I'll show you about the ones that I did last week. So this one right here was the first one we did to completion. And you can see it's got a pretty nice, gloss on there. It's got a nice shine. Very, very symmetrical. And then we also were doing this one. We had it. This was the one I was going to do this week, but it was sitting on the work my work table here, and I couldn't just let it sit there, and so it turned out really well. You can see that this one has a much better polish, and it's about a 4-inch as well. This one is about a 4-inch, but I can feel like this one's just a little bit bigger. So eventually we're gonna figure out some kind of sizing method. But yeah, these are looking great tonight. In fact, what we're going to do is me and I put these up earlier. And we'll just set those there for now. So yeah, we're going to go and get this ground down a bit. And I want to show you guys, for those who haven't really seen before, I took this one, and this is a preform that I made before. And what I've done is I put black marker on all the spots that I have to grind down to make it like more of a sphere. And then once you get all of these ground down to where it's really nice, then you put it in the roughing machine, and then we put it in the polish to pre-polish machine. So technically, this one could do my pre-polish, it could do everything. But what I'm trying to get is a setup to where, it'll be more of like an assembly line. I also have 2 more sphere machines behind the camera here. But tonight, I just wanted to be able to have some room, because last Saturday, there was a few issues. So, we're just going to get grinding on this one and see how it comes out. I've got a little foot pedal set up here, you can see, and that controls my water feed here. And then we're just going to run this guy and get it running. Like we've got a decent amount of flow going. I'm going to adjust this just a little bit so we can get a little more, because when it's so, we're using aggressive grit like this, it's going to take off a lot more material, and so we're going to want to rinse that material off quickly. Just 1 second. Hey, brother, I just wanted to see if you could check on the YouTube thing, because it was having some issues. But I think I got it going. Cool. Well, tune in if you get a chance. Hey, thanks, man. Tell Sam and Fern I said hi. All right. Later, buddy. All right, back to work. Oh, this is so much faster than the 100 grit I was using a few weeks ago. I mean, it just really, cuts the time down quite a bit. Make it a lot faster. Because once I get past this stage, it's pretty much all automated, The only thing I really got to do is, operate the machine properly and make sure it's getting, its drips. So really what I'm doing is just kind of starting with all the edges, and I knock those down first, and then I try to round them out as smooth as possible. So then once I put them in the roughing machine, it's not too heavy on that. Because really what we're trying to achieve here is we're knocking down all the edges. Ooh, yeah. That's how you know it's a good belt. Gotta be careful. But yeah, we don't want the teeth to get caught on that roughing machine, because there's segmented cups on it. And I was pretty smart tonight and did a little bit of prep and filled my water bucket up here with warm water. So yeah. Nice. Hey, Epoch, nice of you to join. Appreciate you coming by. Yeah, and I think this sphere is going to be a really nice one too, just because it's like very, very nice green. Almost like a nephrite. In fact, some of it might be nephrite, but there's a lot of different kind of, it's kind of swirly and stuff, you know, a lot going on. Ah, that's awesome. Tell him, get ready to dig. And so when I went and got some new belts for this, because all I had was the Hunter Grit, and it was just taking way too much time. I actually bought a few other belts as well, so then I'll have a little stock of them for the coming live streams. And I can just see this is just moving material. It's a good feeling right there. A lot of material just getting taken off. So we'll start out just kind of grinding these corners away, and then I'll give you guys a little peek on how it's actually looking there compared to you know, what we started with here. Thanks, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Woo. Gotta make sure I'm being careful there, because it's an aggressive belt right there. 60 grit actually can give you a bad time real quick if you touch it. But yeah, it's looking good, coming around already. Nice to have such an aggressive belt to just hammer down on this. Flipping on that, better be careful. I think it's how I'm holding my hands maybe. Need to make sure they're back a little bit. Right. Yeah, that's moving right along. Just need to make sure that I'm not wearing one specific spot of my belt out. Seems like I need to get just a little bit more water going there. I was getting some buildup. Oh yeah, there we go, much better. One thing I do have to remember though is this machine, I need to get a new expanding drum before too long, because what's happening is as the moisture gets behind this, since it's not expanding quite as much as it used to, the belt tends to slip off a little bit. That's all right though, it doesn't slow me down too much right now. You know, I think the new expanding drum is about you know, $100, so I'm just kind of waiting. So you can already see that it's getting a lot smoother. You know, we're just going to keep rounding all this off. You know, not too bad, you know, for how much we've actually done so far. That belt's really working just incredibly well. Even scraped my knuckle there a little bit. So yeah, it's working great so far. Just had to do a little adjustment on my water, and, you know, because I was getting a little bit too much buildup. But now it's doing really well. One thing I do want to make sure that I'm doing though is there was that kind of gnarly spot there. I'm going to round that down a little bit, which will reduce my overall circumference, but you know what? It's all right. Yeah, see, that's going to be a little bit of a problem. It keeps wanting to slide off. So we're going to pull a little trick on it real quick, which usually works. Tried to be a little bit more organized tonight. Feel like the last few streams I haven't been as organized as I could be. But we just dry this off a little bit. You can see it's pretty gnarly. And that's mostly the rock dust and everything. But it does help a little bit. But ultimately, it's just it's a Band-Aid, if anything, you know. We're just going to have to eventually get this, you know, get a new expandable drum. So the other thing is if I don't put quite as much pressure on it, then it tends to not want to, you know, slide off quite as quickly. So we'll just dial our pressure back a little bit and call it good. I mean, it's still working really well. No, sir, they are not knuckle friendly. The belts are, especially the 60 grit. It's what you could call aggressive. So, yeah, that's looking pretty good. Oh yeah, coming around nice and clean. So what I'm kind of doing is like, I'm taking the corner and like rotating it like that. And that's how I'm trying to get my rounding on these corners. Or my primary method anyway. And I just switch over to the next one and kind of do a little bit of rotation there. And then sometimes I'll rotate that about 90 degrees and do the same thing. And yeah, it's a little bit of a process here, but for the most part, this is where all the labor really sits. You know, because once you get into the machines, it's just about feeding it some water. There we go, probably needs a little bit more love right there. It's already coming together pretty well. It doesn't take too long to do it, but you do want to make sure you get all the potential catches out, because that's the fastest way to break a tooth on one of those cups, and those cups are about $60 a piece. Oh yeah, I love the Sunstones. We're going to be buying or we're going to be mining here soon. We have a Sunstone claim that we're just waiting to pay for. And then, yeah, we're going to actually start doing these live streams out there during the mining season at least. Alrighty, let's see about getting this tuned up a little bit. Yeah, I'm really excited for this next season because, I've been wanting a sunstone mine for, a better part of a decade now, and we're just finally able to get it up and going. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We got a really good spot that we've, picked out, and it should be pretty nice. Plus, the guys that I'm doing it with are, I couldn't find better people. Oh yeah, I'm waiting for May. That's for sure. Yeah, it looks like we're coming along pretty well. It's still got a couple flat spots, but I don't think that's so much of the worry as it is, catch spots, because this machine actually will take quite a bit. It does a lot of work, quite a bit. So there's a little bit right here that I'm going to grab. I think I'm going to, maybe a little bit here. I can feel just like kind of a sharper edge. This is looking pretty good, that spot where it's kind of gnarly right there. So I'm almost clear with that. So yeah, we'll be able to put this in the machine here shortly. Probably should put the belt back on now. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to, since I got another one right here, this also is a 60 grit. I'm just going to swap these out so that one has a little bit of time to drip dry off. And hopefully that will reduce how much, how much it's slipping off. Should be good. Just make sure this is good. Oh yeah, look at that. Give it a little adjustment on the water here. There we go. All right, so we got that spot right there. Oh yeah, there we go. Nice and smooth. Yep, got that taken care of. Right next to it, we got a little bit of a ridge. We'll knock that down as well. And then what I'm doing is I'm just kind of rubbing my hand over it and seeing, okay, is there a ridge right there? A little bit of ridge right there. Oh, there's a little bit. Take that one down. Rotate it a little bit and take the other one right next to it. Yep, looking good, looking good. Oh, we got another one right there I missed. The nice part about this is that, the machines do a lot of the work. Really, this is about the most manual labor you're looking at. Once you get into the machines, it's not a big deal. I'm thinking when summertime rolls around, I'll actually go start to finish. And we'll core drill out big rock and everything like that. And we'll do everything, the entire process. The only thing is core drilling can be a little slow. So, and you got to use a lot of water. So I'm not going to be doing it in here. It takes, you got to be outside for that. Yeah, so I'm just going around, seeing if I can find some ridges. And if I find a little ridge, I just round it down a little bit and call it good. Rotate it a little bit, see where we're at, see if I feel anything. Try not to waste my water. That's why I have my foot pedal in the first place, but sometimes you just kind of forget, Oh yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, looking pretty good. I think I might be able to knock this one down just a little bit more. Is Nate in chat? Nate in real life? Yes, sir. Yeah, buddy. Hey, thanks for joining there, Nate. I had some issues there in the beginning because I was using the. Nah, I haven't got the dual webcam figured out yet. I had some work that I had to do. Well, I mean, I didn't like get it established. Yes, I watched some videos and everything, so yeah, we should be up on that here next week. As you guys who have joined the chat before or joined these live streams before, we were able to get a camera because right about here there used to be a really blurry spot on my old camera. I couldn't figure out why. And yeah, now we're actually looking a little bit clearer. I can even change the white balance. And we have another webcam that we're going to be setting up. And then that way we'll be able to get a little bit closer to the action. And today I spent, just kind of watching videos, figuring that out. Oh yeah, forgot. Probably a good idea to put my my water trap bucket back up underneath this, so it doesn't just dump water all over the floor. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. That's cool. We'll just put this little guy right over here. Slide it back up underneath. I forgot that I stole one of my buckets for a rinse bucket. Pull this out a little more. Should be good. All right, just to double check. Oh yeah, that's all right. Maybe a little bit like that. Get a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right, so we'll get this back rolling. Ball puns. Yeah, this is coming along quick. I think we're going to be ready to throw this thing into the roughing machine here in just a minute. I think that's just about where we want it to be. Give this a little dry off and see how we're looking. See if I can actually. Let's move this back out of the way. So you can see it's got a lot more round. You know, we've gotten rid of most of the flat spots there. It does seem like I got just a little bit of a ridge right there that I can knock down. But for the most part, I think we're ready for the roughing machine. Now what we're going to be doing with this guy is we're actually going to be using this watering system on it in future. I want to get it set up just like that with a foot pedal and everything. But I think tonight we might just hit it with the squirt bottle a little bit. And so what we'll do is, let me see if I can make this as visible as possible. So what we've got going on here is we've got these cups. Let's see if I can get one of them. Let's see. We've got segmented cups here, right? And then I've got these chains that have little springs on the end. And then we put the spring part over this little peg here. And that one will go to this machine, or this side. This one goes to this one. This one goes to this one. So we keep even pressure on here. Now what I've found to do, you know, and I haven't been doing this very long, but you know, you find little tricks for everything, is I'm just starting it out to where it holds itself. Because otherwise, trying to get, you know, no, it's not the 36 grit, but we will soon. And hey, definitely appreciate everybody joining. I see a few new ones in here. Sorry I'm late. Hey, no, it's no problem, buddy. There was some issues I had with the YouTube side. It kept popping up, but there was no video feed. Like, I could see that there was some sound, but there was just no video. So yeah, we're going to put this guy in, and I'm going to just hold it on one side here. And then what I like to do is count out maybe 5 or so chain links. And that brings that in a bit. So I think I'm on 5 right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chain. And then I'll come over to this one. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll adjust that link over to here, which will suck this one right next to it. And we'll come over here and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now we've got a little bit of tension here where it actually holds the sphere in place. And I know this isn't the, you can't see it very well here, but that's because we're working with webcams and I haven't gotten everything quite dealt in. So I'll just try to narrate the best I can so you can actually get an idea. Now that we've got the ball is actually stationary, right? What we're going to do, since we're on 6 links right now, we're actually going to tighten this up a little bit more. So I'm going to do another 4 because that seems about what I was at last time. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that will pull it in nice and tight. So we're going to go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, stay there, buddy. There we go. 10, 10, 10. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yep. 7, 8, 9, 10. And there it is. So, as you can see, it's in there pretty gnarly. Got a nice tight squeeze on it. We've got it all plugged in, ready to go. The only thing we really have, you know, is we can, if we'd like to, since we have this set up, what I was doing last week is we put this old, you know, so this was the system that would put the drip on it, or it was like your grit feed. And so this week, what we're going to be doing, probably, I'm thinking, you know, maybe the same thing, just to see how it works. I can do that. Ah, jeez, come on. Tighten it up like that. And just see it like that. All right, now we got a little bit, it's right over the top here. We can take our magnetic base if we want to, slip it in that way, and now I'll have a foot pedal. But since we're not going to be running 2 machines at once, we'll just be using the squirt bottle this time. Just a little bit easier. So we'll turn this thing on. Get a little bit of lead juice there. And at first it's it's gonna be pretty violent. You know, you can see that machine's gonna shake quite a bit. You know, and it's pretty loud. Fortunately, it really doesn't take all that long relative to some other lapidary stuff. And it gives me a chance to chat with all you, like Brian and Evox, Rock Dude, Nate, Katrina, Thor's daughter. I love it. And as we get a little bit of progress on here, it's really neat because what you can see is this machine, it will go from this to like, you know, it's not too bad. Now one thing though that I found last time when I was doing this is once you get a little bit, so number one, you want to make sure that it's constantly going, you know, because you don't want it to get flat spots. So the more work you actually put in on this side, the less work you're gonna have to do there. But since this is a softer stone, I'm kind of I'm rolling the dice a little bit here. Not too big of a deal. But what I was gonna say is, as this thing gets you know, more and more rounded, what we'll do is we'll tighten these chains another link or two, just to make sure that bringing it in and just getting that perfect spheroid. You know, that perfect shape like this. You know, this one turned out really well. You know, I'm gonna have to get a little bit closer, or I'm gonna have to redo some of this though, because I was looking at it, and I want to keep that nice and wet so it, you know, keeps going well. But anyway, we won't be able to really see it on this camera, but I didn't really do some of the stages as long as I should have. So there are some, like, even though it's like really glossy, there's gonna still need to be some of the scratches that need to be redone or re-gone over, get them out of there. But yeah, you can see, I mean, that ball is just moving away. Not getting caught in any one place. Got a pretty inconsistent rotation, which is what we actually want. And then yeah, we'll just watch this for a second. So these cups are actually a 60-80 grit cup as well. They run about $60 a piece on Highland Park, and that's kind of why it's taking me a bit to get running. Fortunately, we've got all these polishing pad rings here that are going to be used for all this at a significantly discounted price. Otherwise, if I want the full Highland Park setup, just for the cups alone, I'm looking at over, you know, like $2,500 or something like that. Because yeah, you know, it's basically $180 per, you know, per set, and then you have 8 sets that you need to go through. So the price add up quick. And if I can get away and get the same results from the polishing pad, well, that's what we'll do for now. Oh yeah. Yeah, so how did everybody's week go? Did you guys have a good week? Are you ready for Christmas? That's the big question. I hope y'all are going to have the time to spend with friends and family. Unfortunately, most of my family is either in Thailand or the East Coast right now, so, you know, luckily my sister and her husband and my niece will be around. So I'll be spending that time with them. I look forward to it. They always make this really amazing macaroni and cheese, and oh, I just get so fat eating that stuff, I tell you. Oh, you're not ready for the Christmas? Let's see a little of our juice here. Yeah, and I think you can kind of see it over there. I mean, it's pretty tough to see. And we're going to be getting a second webcam for this specifically, you know. But yeah, you can see it's starting to get a lot whiter. And that's because that's the color of the material once it's ground out. And progressively, this machine will get, you know, less shaky and less shaky and less shaky. Yeah, I definitely understand how the lean year has been financially. That's for sure. I mean, I told my sister and brother-in-law, hey, I'm pretty broke right now and don't have a whole lot of money for presents, so I hope you guys like rocks. Looks like I might need to tighten that little down here a little bit. There we go. So what we have here is we have like some hinges, right? And those come up on some verticals like this. And so that way they can kind of do this as they need. Well, what I had to do here is come down and tighten this bolt a little bit so it's not doing this quite as much. I want these to stay a little bit more stationary and not be so flexible. Because ultimately that's going to be what's going to really give us our shape, you know, and stability. And for those of you who were here last week when we were running this, you saw that I didn't have a water catch-up underneath here. Well, I was able to fix that. And it's not by putting in a cookie sheet. I actually used a gold can for it. How fitting, right? Yeah, so this is coming along quick too. And that's how we know it's probably not a whole lot of nephrite, if there was. Because that nephrite's going to be a lot harder than this antiderite that we're using. That's what both of these are, by the way, and actually that's what most of this stuff that I have back here. I actually, this is some of my favorite stuff to find. You know, it's just got such a good color, a lot of cool character. And then you see those reflective sparkles in there, those metallic sparkles. Yeah, it looks great. And so that's what all this stuff is. And, I mean, to be honest, that's most of what I've been looking for these days. I don't know, it's just kind of, it's just so awesome, you know? I mean, don't get me wrong, I love agates and everything like that, but once I started finding this antigrite, I was just like, oh man, it's so cool. Like this stuff right here. I want to make a spear out of this one really bad, but it's going to have to be a small one, unfortunately. You can see in there. So I'm pretty sure this is a little bit higher quality than most of the stuff. In fact, this might actually have like a higher probability of being nephrite. You know, and nephrite is what a lot of people call jade, which it's not really jade. So a while ago, they figured out that there was actually a differentiation between jade, which is, you know, historically been like nephrite and jadeite, and actual jadeite, which is the stuff that comes out like Burma. You know, and so when you hear people go, oh yeah, BC jade and stuff, now that's nephrite. New Zealand jade, that's nephrite. You know, yeah, there's like, I think it's, in Japan, there's a place called like Itagawa or something like that, and they've got real jadeite. You can find it on the beach there. It comes in a variety of colors like blues and purples. Really cool stuff. And then, whoops, hold on. I have to move this mat a little bit. Then you have Guatemalan jadeite, which that is like, I think the stuff that I really want to get my hands on is called like ice blue. Guatemalan ice, or Guatemalan blue jadeite, you know? That stuff is brilliant. I mean, it is incredibly hard material though. So yeah, you know, you can see that it's just kind of like doing its thing for a little bit. You can see that it's not shaking so violently anymore. And yeah, I can see that it's definitely starting to round things up a lot more. I would say here in a bit we'll be ready to put this guy in there. See how everybody's got. See some of the blue-green jasper polish, Worthington stuff, yeah. So eventually we're going to be doing some harder materials. Right now we're just kind of, because this is all a learning process to me. Those are the first two spears I've ever made. This is number 3. And so I'm starting out with a little bit softer material, some I'm a little bit more familiar with working. And then we're going to bump up to some harder stuff like the jaspers, agates, maybe some carnelian sometime. I've got some big stuff to work with, but this just is a lot softer. And so I think it's a little bit more forgiving, a little bit quicker. And to be honest, I really wanted to see how this would turn out with the polishing. Oh yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is the Canyon Rim Thunder Race. Those are going to be interesting. You know, I think that I gotta get a little skilled at what I'm doing before I can feel confident with other people's material, you know? Oh man, I don't think I brought my water bottle. I was so prepared this week, and I forgot my drinking water. But yeah, it's pretty amazing how quick this works in reality. Because, I mean, could you imagine having to sit there the whole time and just grind and grind and grind away at, you know, for one little corner? As opposed to, you know, you got 3 different cups here all making contact at the same time, getting it done. Oh, that Gary Green Jasper. Oh, yeah. Actually, I just saw a video the other day. Somebody was on the spear making group on Facebook. They made like, what's that stuff? It was the other Jasper, big. Made like a 4-inch or a 5-inch spear, a big Jasper. I mean, it was nice. I gotta admit, it was pretty awesome. Oh yeah, so right there I can see what's happening is the mud is actually building up a lot faster now. And so if you think about what we're looking at there, so if the mud's building up faster, right, that means that it's having more surface area touch the cups, right? So if there's more cups touching and grinding away, it's going to build that mud up faster. Well, the only way to actually have more contact area is for it to get more and more and more spherical. So that's the cool part about all of this beer making I've noticed so far, is that it gets faster and faster and faster the further you get into it. Crazy Lake Spears would be insane. It would be. Yeah. All right. While this is going to go real quick, I'm actually going to go grab grab my water bottle real quick because I guess I forgot that tonight. I'll be right back. Oh, just be careful on that. That's looking about as dry as it gets. Hey, thanks. Thanks, Epoch. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. And one thing I've noticed about these motors as opposed to those ones, these ones don't get hot. Looks like we do have a problem. Looks like we've got a problem. what I'm going to do is pull this thing. So it looks like we've been having some funky rotation here. Not quite good enough. So let's pull this back. And let me rinse this off real quick and I'll show you what we're talking about. So that's exactly what we're trying to prevent here. Is although it did look like it was rotating in an abnormal fashion, which is what we want, I'm seeing that was a lie. Because now what we have is we have this chunky part right there. You see that? Because what was happening is although it was doing this, it wasn't doing like, this. So we're going to grind that down just a little bit. And we'll pop it back in there. It's alright. Maybe we did put it in the machine a little too early, But we'll fix it. So right now I'm just kind of grinding down those gnarly parts and making sure it's a little bit smoother. So this is exactly why I'm doing it live, because it's like, troubleshooting. Got to figure this stuff out. When you've only made one or two, that, most part, without having any troubles, I would say probably just got lucky. Because every time you do a project, there's always going to be a little bit of troubleshooting that you're going to need to do. And so, this isn't too bad. I'm alright with it. I'm glad I actually figured it out, and saw that, we were getting a little bit of uneven grinding there. So, get that back going. Fortunately, I can feel it really well, So all I got to do is run that spot, grind it down a little bit more. And I mean, this is a 60 belt as well, so it's just as aggressive as that cup. So I got a little bit of a edge right there that needs to be broken back down. This should help out a lot. Got a little bit there. And actually what I'm doing is just kind of feeling around there. And if I feel it's a little bit too rough, Just bring that down. Only takes an extra couple minutes, you know. There we go. All right. Looking pretty good. Feels pretty good. Right there, maybe just a little bit more. Because, yeah, I've got kind of a deep gash right there, actually. Put this back on. Yeah, see, that's kind of an issue, though. I want to push it a little harder into my onto that wheel there, but when I push hard on it, it slides off. So I'll definitely be need to upgrade this here soon. Ooh-wee. Got the cuticle on that. Barely nicked it. Push in there a little bit. All right. Feeling much better now. All right, let's toss this back in. And so we're at 10 links. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And last but not least, this guy on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. There we go. Let's get that running again. Should be back in session. Oh yeah, I can see that already getting way better. Like, at least your looks as if it is. Hopefully that takes care of that, huh? There, Phil. Yeah, now, Frank is getting to the beat. So it does look like it's making a better motion now. We'll just keep an eye on it, make sure it's doing what it should be, huh? Yeah, it definitely does seem like it's rotating more appropriate right now. Kind of seems like, yeah. Every once in a while, though, it keeps catching on that. So I'm wondering. Just got one little inch that seems like it's kind of catching on, but then when I look, it disappears, so. Worst case scenario, I'll have to grind that nub down a whole lot more. Thing is, I don't see why it would be catching on that one when everything else seems like it's just as smooth, you know? But hey, that's what we're trying to figure out with all this. Yeah, I think we're sitting all right. You know, it's kind of weird. As soon as I think it's, you know, kind of getting caught on one area, it moves around a little bit, so. Oh yeah, it's just gonna need a little bit of time. I mean, it's already getting a lot better. This time I actually got a chair. Haha. Nice, huh? I just gotta keep on this and watch you guys. Make sure I'm staying hydrated. It's definitely got a lot better rotation right now. Yeah, the rotation looks great. And we're getting that mud build up really quickly too. Oh, he's grinding right away, buddy. So yeah, Chubby Elf. What we got here is this is the roughing machine that I'm using, and so I've got 3 segmented cuts on there that I'll take a ball about this, and I'll grind down these edges and everything like that. Everywhere there's black, I grind down, right? Then we slap it in this machine right here, and it makes it into the actual sphere itself. In this machine that you got in front here, what we'll do is we'll take all these little segmented Velcro back cups here, and we'll go throughout the stages. And that will, in the end, give us that. So you can see it's got a pretty nice gloss on it. This is Bowenite Serpentine. It's really nice. And so yeah, we're working it. Now this part does take a little bit longer than the the pre-polish and polish stage, but this is really what's going to get you that perfect sphere. I appreciate you joining as well, Chubby Elf. Welcome to the party. The ball mill. Alright, well, we're going to have to figure out some better name than that. Like Road Ballroom or something like that. I don't know how much I like that one either. But yeah, things are coming right along on this one. And if you notice too, see how the machine isn't quite as aggressive anymore. It's not just like, Now it's more of like a, it's really cool. And I mean, this just gives, so much more buildup on it now. And so that's how you know that it's really starting to take away more of that, or, the segments on the cup are really starting to connect with everything. And I mean, I can definitely see it's looking way more spherical. It really is taking care of those flat spots pretty well right now. I don't think we're getting any hang-ups either, like we were before. I do think what I want to get a little bit of tightening on here though, so we're just going to bump this up 2 links. Just to put a little bit more pressure on it. All right, that should work. Now I did have some bungee cords around it at one point, but you know I feel like these chains and spring combos, you know, they're really doing the job. It works. Coming right along. You know, we are going to lose a little bit of diameter on this one though. Just because we had that gnarly, you know, that gnarly part kind of like right in here. And actually you can see right there, that's kind of what we had going on the, you know, the uneven grind as well and stuff. But that's okay. Hey, I mean, just trying to figure this out one step at a time. It's not like I got somebody teaching me how to do it, you know? I bought this machine about 5 years ago and just never used it, you know? Couldn't figure it out, didn't have a cup, didn't know what I was doing. And finally just said, you know what, I'm going to figure it out. Now I can see a little bit of a flat spot that it is working away. And what that actually is because what we do is we core drill these things twice. And so you see how it's got like kind of a circle there? And then what happens is you get a flat spot. You know, like right there. That's a flat spot. And so if you don't grind that away enough, then it's going to have to grind it away. But it's doing great work now. You know, and you can put more time into the preforming it, you know, by grinding a whole lot more of the edges off using the wheels here. But, you know, I'm trying to make this at least somewhat entertaining for you guys, where I'm not just doing this the whole time. I really would like to have it where we're just primarily, you know, running the pre-polish and pre-polish, because I feel like you really get to see the progress coming through it more. But this one's doing great. We're definitely making some good progress here. I'm just pouring water out of this thing. I was wondering why my bucket was getting so low. That fish pump was just dumping water. Brilliant. Stole on my water. Yeah, actually, I went out to go find some more of this stuff, what was that, 2 days ago now, and I went out there, and it was just a hassle, to be honest. It was probably the windiest I've ever seen out there. Mind-blowingly windy. So, number one, I'm down at in the bottom of the lake, so, you know, I got mountains all around me. That's a big reason why I like it. It's just everything's green, quiet, looks really cool. And so I find some good pieces that, you know, I was like, oh yeah, this is nice, okay, put those in the backpack. And good thing I did, because every time I would go to take a step, there was like a wind gust was so strong, it would like push me over. And so I was just constantly like, because the wind was just amazing. And so after I think I was out there for maybe an hour and a half or so, I just gave up. I was like, you know what, this is ridiculous. I can barely walk. There was little bits of rain coming down, because that's, you know, one of the best times to find this stuff. I actually took video of it. The rain was completely horizontal. And it was just like, oh my God. Like, what is going on? So then I leave. I get back into the valley here. It's all birds chirping, sun's out in the sky. Not a breeze. I was like, well, maybe I should have done something else that day, huh? Looking good, looking good. Not horizontal, huh? Let me, see if I can maybe fix that. How's that? Hey, Dougie Doo, how you doing tonight? Well, I'm not a geologist, actually. I'm just a guy who likes making balls out of rocks. I study some geology, but mostly I'm a field guy, you know? Like going out and finding rocks and trying to make cool stuff. So as you can see here, this is what we're trying to achieve tonight. Got a 4-inch sphere, serpentine, pretty awesome stuff. So right now we're in the roughing stage, and you know, it takes a little bit to get you know, to where we want it, but then we'll be putting in this machine right here to get all the pre-polish and pre-polish and polish stages done, and then yeah, it's gonna be good. We should have a really nice spear once we get done. It's got a really nice green to it. And the material's hard enough that it'll actually take a really nice polish job. But we'll be able to go up to probably about the 5,000, I'm thinking, maybe 10. But yeah, we'll just have to find out. Oh yeah, it's been crazy rainy lately there. You know, I mean, like flood warnings and stuff like that. Ain't nothing to mess around with, you know. Better safe than sorry. A few sports crystals from underground lead mine. Some are scuffed up. One chunk might be big enough to make a ball that size. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's, I would say you know, you're gonna need probably about 4.5 inch cubed. That's what you need. But you know, you need like unless you're going to do it with a rock saw, what you really need is the core drill. I would say that's probably most people's hang up there, because the core drill is not a cheap tool, by any means. I think Highland Park wants like 20,000 for theirs. Yeah, 20,000. You buy a car for that. Yeah, you know, so this is basically what, you know, this is what we call a preform, right? And so what I do is I take it from a core, right? And I put this thing on its side, and then I'll drill it again. And that gets us to this point right here. Now you can see that it's still kind of like an X, or I mean, you know, it's kind of squared, right? And so all we'll do is we drill that again. And after we drill that, this is what we get here. Now what I've done is I've taken some Sharpie, and I put it all over the spot here, so you can see this is everywhere that there's Sharpie is where I have to grind it down, you know? And the more actually you put into that work, you know, grinding it all down and getting it more spherical than anything, the less time it's going to need to be in this machine. You know, but what this does is it takes all the extra stuff that you didn't grind off, and it grinds it down for you. And so this is actually, this takes a lot longer than, you know, this for the most part. And, you know, our pre-polish and polish stages, they get progressively faster as we go. But, you know, this is really where you'll want to put the time in, because this is going to make sure that it's like a sphere. You know, the longer you make sure it's a, you know, the longer you let it do its job in here, the more perfect of a sphere you're actually going to get it. And you can actually see that the machine, you know, from when I first put the preform in to where it's at now, it's way less violently shaky now. Too small pipe and a 2-cycle motor. I tried to use it for a couple times instead of Royal Pain. 1-inch cores, I think. Yeah, I can do up to a 5-inch right now, but I'm trying to get some new bits once I get some money together, because what I would like to do is I'd like to make tubes as well for lamps. They look pretty good. Oh my god. Oh, there's water everywhere. What is happening? Why is that? Oh, stupid string. Ah. That is not what I want to see. There's a puddle of water on the ground. it's like the water saw the bucket and was like, nope. What in the heck? I mean, it's directly over the top. Is there a hole in the bucket? Oh my gosh. You gotta be kidding me. So there's no hole in the bucket. So what was happening is I've got a string in the back there that's supposed to like work as like a siphon for my reservoir here. And apparently it was not going the correct direction. So now I've got a new puddle of water in my shop. And this thing's building up like crazy, which means this is going well. Yeah, this is going to be done soon. Not exactly sure why it's not fully catching on that either, but hey, we'll figure it out. Oh yeah. You know, flooding all over the West Coast right now, including my shop. Awesome. Well, I mean, fortunately I discovered it. Oh man, there's tons of water back here. Ah, how awesome. Like, what the heck? Next we're gonna put this in now. That is frustrating. I cannot believe how much water is on the ground right now. That is pretty frustrating right there. Oh my gosh. It's just like flowing. The stuff you gotta deal with sometimes, huh? Hey, at least this thing's coming along nicely. I keep thinking if I can hear it very well, it's going to corner at a time. Oh, looks like we got a sphere whisperer in here. Maybe he can teach us all how to make spheres, huh? Oh, jeez. Yeah, so it's coming along. It's taking a little bit more time than I initially expected, but hey, you know what? It's worth a little extra time. I really do want to get like a drip feed though, set up right on the top though, because you know, I can see water dripping off of this one, dripping off my machine, and you know, eventually what I need to do is just get a solid water system set up, you know, like Rock Dude. Rock Dude's got a whole shop being built right now. It's gonna be the bee's knees. Yeah, so I feel like I need a lot bigger reservoir up underneath here to do our catch. Maybe what I'll do I think I might have a bigger catch around here somewhere. That took all my water over there. And I filled this bucket up thinking that I'd be able to have plenty of water tonight to fill up my squirt bottle and everything. And then I get to it and it's like, wait a minute, where'd all this water go? Ah, naturally, the floor. Perfect. Alright, we'll just use this little thing and steal some water out of our bucket. Fill it up. There we go. Be all right. Get a little refill. Yeah, you can see it's really making some progress now. So what I wouldn't mind doing though, because I see what's happening here, is these cups are actually grabbing the water. And then that's dripping off the, the lowest point. That's the least resistance. So we're just going to put that in the cleanup pile. And that's also why I want a direct drip feed on top of it instead. If they're sir, you're cutting. Well, yeah, man. Of course. Now that's actually what I don't want right there. I don't want my control box wet. I have to do a little rotation there. So I'm squirting this way. That'll do. Yeah, I think I'm going to need a little bit bigger of a catch. Yeah, because what you got going on is your cups are just a slight of an angle like this, right? And so as the water drifts off of the sphere, it then drops down here, which is, of course, inches away from the ball. All right, freaking nuts. It was great to have you tonight. And I think we are going to starting these just a little bit earlier here soon. But yeah, 7 o'clock's all right, but for some people it does end up ending a little too late. Yeah, we're plugging right along though, I'll tell you that. Definitely getting closer. Almost like I can do that. I'm going to rotate this over. Let that start catching. It seems like this cup over here is the only one that's actually dripping. So that tells me that everything's kind of like this. Working vortex. Which, I'm actually really close to the Oregon vortex. Probably about, 2 miles that is the coast flight. Not too far. That's how you know I'm crazy. The other thing I thought about is because there's these little gaps behind here. And I thought maybe if I put like a little wedge or something back there, would that help, tighten up the machine a little bit so it doesn't do so much movement. But this kind of stuff, we're going to be figuring out as we go. Yeah, it's just going to take some time, We're just figuring things out. One step at a time, figure it out. The fact that we got 2 good balls out of it so far, that's pretty good, I think this one's going to turn out great. It's going to take us a little bit longer than I initially planned, but hey, sometimes that's just how things work. Let's see, I always wanted to go there. Oh, yeah, the what do you call it? The Oregon vortex is the trip, I'll tell you that. Back when we were kids, we used to go up there and, do things teenagers do, and, yeah, especially at night. Kind of one of those things, it's like, you don't necessarily want to be, getting too far away from the campfire. Or at least I didn't ever want to. Yeah, this thing's getting real close. So a lot of what I'm doing to try to figure out when gets to that clear shape is I watch the reflection, from the light. So I'm just watching to see, is there any flat spots? I see one little flat spot as it's going by, but everything else is looking pretty clean. Plus, we have really good rotation right now. has actually already been going for an hour and 45. Jeez. Whew. Yeah, sometimes it's pass away in July. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks when that kind of stuff happens, I'll tell you what. That's cutting good. That's good. It does look like it's just, working on that one last round spot. Everything else is looking really nice and smooth in that reflection. It is taking a little bit longer than I expected, but hey. That's sometimes how it is. Yeah, this one's taking a while. One, two, three, six. Yes, suddenly an expert. Yeah, man, hey. I don't know how you did it, but if you can become expert that quick, that's awesome. Tell you what, though, I'm going to be pretty happy once we get this out of here. But, yeah, it's taking a little bit longer than I expected. These are also slow machines. That's the other thing. Eventually, I want to get the high-speed one. From what I've heard, the high-speed machines actually cut the time down, by like 2/3. Ah, I see it. Yeah, so it looks like there's like a stripe going across the ball. And that's what it's working on right now. Fortunately, it looks like it's cutting away quite a bit of material. Keep on running. You know what you're doing, but you got good audio, I can hear it. Cool. Yeah, I mean, it's going along. Can't believe I had just flooded out my, station here. Kind of, a little bit frustrating, But hey, at least I caught it, you know? And this is why a drip system would be nice. Because then I could just turn this on, let it go, just drip away, and then, you know, work on another machine or use that thing and get it, you know, another freeform going. But at this stage, you know, because it's just starting out, there's only so much you can do to, you know, keep things rolling. Once I have a little bit of budget to work with, we're definitely going to be changing things up, making things more efficient. That flat spot is really getting run down. See some motor, you can quickly adjust the RPM just by changing the voltage. Throwing down the RPM, you lose torque. Well, maybe we're going to have to build a fast machine there, Rock Dude. I bet it'll be a whole lot cheaper than, you know, an HP one. Yeah, I'm going to have to definitely get a water system going. That's for sure. This thing is just making an absolute mess tonight. Kinda messy tonight. This well, hopefully. Yeah, indeed. Nasty. There we go. Yeah, I think that might be catching the water now. Hey, really? Gold in the nephrite, huh? Well, I've been saving all the juice there in the bucket, except that which falls on the floor, but other than that, and then we'll be putting the rest in there. It looks like that flat spot's about gone. Yeah. Yeah, the flower gall. Like dust. Micro dust. Yeah, so there's just this one little strip that's about the width of my finger. And it's just slowly getting skinnier and skinnier and skinnier as it's getting ground down. This is kind of taking a while. I think we're probably at about getting near the 2-hour mark, to be honest. But in all reality, if you think about it, you know, even if this takes about 4 hours in total to do, that's not that bad, you know, for a steer. Especially if you got really cool material. See, what might be cool, so these are drip buckets right here that came with the machine. And I'm thinking that if there was some way where I could just kind of set this up like that, just have a small drip feed going, it'd probably take care of a lot of my my overspray issues and stuff like that as well. Yeah, I mean, you can only go so quick, man. Dave Slash, a customer where I work, Nefra and Gold, made pistol grips out of them. That is crazy cool, man. Super cool. Yeah, now we're getting some good blood buildup. It's just that one little strip we're trying to get rid of right now. I think this is going to come out really nice though. It's going to be a good ball. You know what I think I might do though? Is I might get one of these, one or two more of these hot water heaters, you know, trays or whatever you call them. And yeah, I might end up putting the machines up underneath that. Maybe give it a little, you know, put little legs up underneath it or something. So in that way, at least I can catch the water and send it to a central catch, you know. Strange how I can hear that one little strip. Oh man, you know. Can you tell how wide it is by sound? Is it telling you? It's like epoch. Woo! I think this catch is actually working a little bit better than the other one. That makes sense. Yeah, bro. It's coming along. Hey, but you know, all lapidary stuff is a little slow sometimes. A little slow. Could you imagine though having to sit there and grind and grind and grind and grind and grind the whole time? Oh man. That's how the old timers used to do it. Yeah, so the old timers, they used to have to take essentially a square, you know, a cube, and then they'd put it in their saw, and they'd cut off an edge, and then they rotate it, cut off an edge, and rotate it, cut off an edge, and do that like 50 times or something ridiculous. And then they'd rotate it and do the same thing. Until one, you know, smart guy figured out, he's like, hey, why don't you just use the core drill? And in fact, the guy who figured all that stuff out and modernized spear making is still alive. And I want to say he's down in like Arizona or Nevada or something like that. I actually want to meet the guy. Like I made a mess trying to clean up a mess. And now I'm locked back in trying to get over where I want to. I couldn't believe that. I mean, I straight up dumped like probably 2 gallons on my floor, if not more. Pretty ridiculous. Alright, Epoch, is it still there? Can you hear it? So I just threw those bungees on to give it a little bit more tension. And I'm sure Epoch can hear the sound difference. Because yes, there is a little bit of a sound difference now that it's got a little bit more pressure. like 8 minutes. I'm gonna throw over oven for 350. Yep. Right about, I think it is ready. Now, see, that's how I know you're full of crap, bro. Can't get no stripe in there. I can see the stripe still, bro. Can't hear no stripe. Ah, silly. Now it's getting really close, though. You can see that it has been diminished quite a bit. Here in a minute, I'm going to take it out and see what we're actually looking at. Yeah, you can see that slurry building up real fast now. Suppose I could do a little cleanup while I'm here, huh? It's getting really, really close. Really close. Oh yeah, it sounds much smoother now. It will be about 8 minutes since I posted my chat. The lag is now hilarious. Yeah. That's because I'm using this Streamlabs stuff, I think. You know, we're trying to figure it out. Soon I'll be able to start showing you know, what's going on the, you know, on my desktop and everything like that as well. Not only would I'm going to be making spears on these live chats, but I'm also going to be like showing you guys how to find rock hounding locations and, you know, going over different kind of geology stuff. Kind of, you know, doing stuff here. That's what it's all about. also kind of makes you think, you know, next time you're at like a rock shop or something like that and you see a spear, you know, it's got a good price on it, it might be worth it, huh? Because, you know, you gotta think, just going out and finding the rock, then you drill it 3 times, then you do your, you know, your little bit of grinding there, then you gotta throw it in this, then you gotta throw it in that. There's a lot of work that has to be done. That's why spears are really expensive. Especially when you have good material. I think we're about ready to check it out. So we're gonna pull these back a little bit. Get rid of these guys because I don't think we're gonna need them anymore. This set. I'm gonna come back just a few. A little bit more. Get my hands caught in there. Let's rinse this off real quick, see how we're looking. Because right now it's really, really easy to actually see, you know, if we got any kind of flat spots or anything, because all the grinding is going to leave all the, you know, white scratches and stuff on it. And that'll make it really easy to see. Now let's just check this guy out real quick. Let it dry off a bit. Get this stuff back out of my way so we can actually show you what's going on. Maybe we'll use a little paper towel on this one. See if we can get any kind of that extra moisture off of it. So yeah, that's looking pretty spherical. Not really seeing any kind of flat spots here. And yeah, all of our scratch marks actually look pretty good. Now I do see just a little nub right here. I'm kind of curious about that, but I think our hunter grit is actually going to take care of that. And so I think we're about ready for this. About time, huh? What are we at? 2.5 hours almost? Jeez. Slow process. So yeah, what we got here, we got all of our stages set up here because I just had them drying out not too long ago. So we're going to get this area set up a little bit better so we can start moving here. Oh, geez, that doesn't belong there. All right, that'll be good. So first things first, we're going to get our 100s on here. And these just slip right on here on these Velcros. And actually, this machine is a lot quieter than that guy because it's not doing all kinds of crazy grinding. So we're just going to get this pulled back a hair. So we'll be able to get this in. And then what I've been using is a little bit of shims. So then it actually is getting more level instead of like this. And so we're just going to make sure we got a little room in here to actually work. And I noticed that last time when I was doing this, what was nice is if you took and made one stationary, like we'll probably put that at about there. That seems about even. So if you keep one of them stationary, when you're putting the ball in, it's a lot easier. Because now you can just move this one up, kind of get that to where it should be, and see what's happening is we're not getting any touch. Or, see that gap there, So that's where I have a little bit of a shim that we put in. And in this case, it's a dowel, because that was thick enough, and I never went and got more dowel or shims. We're just gonna kind of slip that guy up underneath there. Oh wait, no. Was I using this one? No, I was using shims on this one. So yeah, we'll use those. Kind of get that set. Tighten it down. Should be good. I'll bring this guy in. Final one. See, that one actually looks like could be used a little bit more. So we'll hold that in place. Yep. I think this one. Yeah, there we go. That's the one that I was using the dowel on. And so that gets that set in. We'll tighten these down. Double check. Feels good. Feels good. Good, good, good. All right. We got the power on. And we're just going to give this a little squirt here. Lube it up. And you can see much quieter. So this one actually doesn't need the springs as much because I found that these lifts, these dowels help out. And yeah, we're getting good rotation on it. But one thing I noticed last time when I was doing this is that it should actually build up, a decent amount of the slurry, the mud. And so if we're not really getting that, what's happening is we just need to do a little adjustments. You can see there's bubbles and stuff, but that's not really cutting. And this one back here isn't even barely touching, so we're actually going to just slightly adjust that. So now we've got full contact, and you can see how it's kind of like moving in a different kind of pattern. Hey, Betty, how you doing tonight? Thanks for joining. Pacific Northwest Explorer, good to see you, buddy. So yeah, we finally did get it into the, the pre-polishing stages. And we're just going to be running it through. Oh, looks like we just lost a little vibration there. Yeah, okay, so here we get, might actually need to adjust it a little bit so you guys can see a little better. Maybe I can bring this a little closer, maybe tilt this down a little bit. Right? You see how you're getting some bubbles there? Well, you're also getting a lot of white buildup and not just the bubbles. And that's really what we're looking for. All right, there we go. Is that better? Hopefully I'm not too loud. Boom, mud, slurry, you're rocking this, bud. Trying, buddy, trying. I'm thinking this is gonna be a really nice sphere. It's me, I'm here. Yay, Rock Betty's here. Maybe I'll adjust this a little bit. Oh, hey, I've been looking for that. There we go. I can watch this and look at the camera as well, huh? I don't care. I can eat that. Yeah, Alex, I am in the Rogue Valley. I'm out here at Gold Hillbilly. Hey, Steve DIY. New to the channel, been lurking maybe past the hour. Cool process. Seen a much of a different setup before our friend set up in a while. Yeah, I mean, right now we're basically, this is pretty much the only sphere shop, as far as I know, in Jackson County here. I don't really know anybody else who's making spheres, to be honest. To be even more honest, I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing, but we're figuring it out, slowly but surely. You can see here, you know, here's one that I made last week. So it turned out really well. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna make me happy. So I think what I'm gonna do, maybe use my pencil instead. There we go, that's looking all right. There we go. Now it's not killing it from vibration. I do need to tighten up this gap over here though. So we're going to take this guy right here, put that in. There we go. See that, now it's starting to get a little bit more of the cutting action happening. Because, you know, the foam, it's not really so much cutting. You know, you really need to start seeing that slurry build up. And what I really like to see here is irregular movement. You know, that helps out. That's really what we're looking for. Nice, in Eagle Point. Spent the last 14 years in Selma. I've got a few sphere machines I'm setting up soon. Oh, man, I am stoked to hear that, Alex. Reach out to me on Instagram. Love to chat. There's only a couple of us doing this, and so, you know, I'm really looking forward to, you know, chatting with people and figuring out, you know, little tips and tricks. My friend was trying to learn. I don't know how he's doing these days with it. Well, you know, it is definitely a learning process, that's for sure. It takes a lot of time to figure this stuff out, especially if you don't have like a core drill. So yeah, bowenite is a type of serpentine. So bowenite is actually one of two minerals that are known as antigerite. And so you have bowenite and williamsite, and really what they are is like an imperial serpentine, or like a you know, gem serpentine is what some people call it. Others also call it new jade, but colloquially it's called what is going on with this one today? It's called Applegate jade because we find it out in the Applegate Valley. I'm getting a lot of rotation on this. And it's really just kind of messing with me. So what I think I'm going to do is set this up. There we go. There we go. Now we've got some cutting again. But yeah, bowenite is some of my favorite stuff to find. I got a real good eye for it. So on this one, I'm not using the springs because, number one, they kind of suck. And, you know, I just found that it was like adding kind of funky pressure to the machine. I've got a saw and Labrador room full of jewelry studio. Wow. So do you facet gemstones as well, Alex? One of mine is homemade, more of a drip over a carbide clear. Yeah, all the machines I have were the carbide slurry, and that's why it's kind of taken a while to get up and running. How long does one sphere take to get from raw material start to finish? Well, I can core drill. You know, say I'm trying to do this one right here. Depending on how my rock is and how long it takes me to actually set up, you know, like grip it into my my core drill, it usually will take me about, I don't know, 30 minutes. And then once I have it cored the first time, here, I'll show you. So I'll take a core like this, right? And then I'll flip it on its side and I'll core it again. And what that does is it makes it look like this. So, and then from there, I'll flip that. I'll flip this one on its side, you know, and I'll core it one more time. Jeez, what is going on here? Right? There's just like an avalanche of stuff today. And so, once I core that, I core this one again, then it looks like, comes out looking like this. And now I've got, you know, Sharpie all over this to show you all the places that I need to grind down. So the grinding can take a while, and I mean, we just spent about 2 hours over here in the roughing machine, and so it does take a while, but once we get into this, it's a whole lot faster. Send it to me. Oh, Betty. You know how many people I've had say that to me since I just started this? Well, you know what? As soon as I get stuff up and running and figure this out, and I start actually producing stuff, I'll make sure I get one to you. I had my 3D printer still. I'd make some adjustable motor stands. Yes, God, that would be great. Yeah, because I mean, right now I'm just using little shims everywhere, and I mean, it definitely helps, but you know, being able to just do a little twisty would be really nice. And now, also, I got you. So you see how it was building up a lot, and now it's not quite building up that white? We haven't adjusted the machine at all. That means it's not really cutting as much. Oh, we do have a few fastening machines. A couple are going up for sale because I have an Ultra Tech V2 I use now, but I'm just getting into fastening. Mainly been cabbing and carving. That's awesome. Actually, Epoch is just getting his Ultra Tech as well. And so he should have that in the next few days. Really hoping he's going to be able to start, I don't know, making some videos showing us how, you know, the stuff he learns. These machines you made yourself. Actually, these ones right here I did buy. You know, maybe one day I could, you know, make them, but for the most part, I'm, you know, hoping to eventually replace these and get the professional machines. They just work so much better. Really expensive, but they're way faster too. Do you have a welt belt sender? That is Intarsia machine. Welt sender, that and an Intarsia machine are next to my left. Oh, Intarsia! Yeah, that's pretty sweet stuff. And you know, I think those wet belt sanders, man, they get some work done. I make most custom laser engravings, mostly on glass, but I also make some 3D, lots of things with it. Hard to sell 3D printer. Yeah, my buddy has a couple of those laser engraving machines. It's pretty awesome, man. I'm actually wanting to try to make, you know, sphere stands or something like that at some point. You know, maybe like custom engraved ones or, you know, something cool. But I've got these that are a byproduct of the coring process. And so I thought these would be really cool to like try to utilize them for, you know, like the sphere stand. Or, you know, maybe something along those lines. But yeah, so you see how it's taking a lot longer to actually build up that white slurry now? Not too bad. So we'll give this just a little bit longer and then we'll bump up to the 200 grit. And you can see how much faster this goes compared to this. I mean, it's just night and day difference. Yeah, Epoch, you and Steve should chat, man. See what you guys can, you know, share the learning process, you know? I mean, you know, this is like why I'm sharing this right here with you guys. Is because you only get to learn once. Once you know it, you can't go back. You already know. And so this is why I'm sharing my mistakes with you. Every time I make a mistake, I'm going to share it. I'm going to tell you, oh, well, looks like maybe I should put a little bit more time into that one. Or, hey, I thought maybe doing it like this would work, but apparently that's not a good idea. Because you know what? It helps everybody else learn. Now that'd be cool, fiber laser and custom creator sphere. Oh man, yeah, that would be super cool. Alright, yeah, up there, oh, and that's the other thing, Alex. We're gonna be mining sunstones here come spring. We're we got our first claim going. So and I'm gonna be live streaming the whole mining process as well. So a lot of this actually, I'm doing this because, like I said, I wanted to share the process with you guys, but also I'm trying to figure out how to do all the live streaming stuff and get used to it, and trying to have you guys understand that we're going to be doing live streams as well, because here, come the mining season, we're going to be out mining sunstones, and we're going to be, documenting the whole process. And since we can get the, Starlink, that's what I'm going to be using Starlink and live streaming the whole thing. Because I want to see, I want you guys to see that, yeah, mistakes get made and, everything's not shiny and polished like they want you to believe on YouTube, This is a private party? Oh, yeah, we're hanging out. All right, I think we're about ready to go into that, to this next stage, to our 200, but I am going to give it just a little bit longer. And that's because last time, when I cut that dark one, I got a little squirrely and there was some deeper scratches that I didn't get out quite enough. And so we'll let this go just a little bit longer. Ain't going to hurt nothing. But it will make sure that we get a much better finished product in the end. Because, much like the roughing machine, the more work you put in here, the more it eventually is going to, pay off in the end. Hey man, I'm trying. There we go. Now it's not making funky sounds. Yeah, see, now we're getting a little bit more buildup. So that means that I definitely should keep cutting it a little bit longer. And now that I don't have to worry about dripping all onto my work table, it's not that bad. I buy in the state of a doctor in Jacksonville that just got claimed many years, so I've got buckets full. Oh man, that is awesome, Alex. Awesome. Definitely need to get me some more shims. Because I found that, when they were making these machines, they had little gaps here. And that actually, it does do a little bit of this. That's where we get a little bit of the vibration sounds coming from. Because otherwise, this machine should be quiet. And mine, just to let you know, this is resting on top of a gold pan. That's what I'm using for my catch now. Oh yeah, look at that. Now we're getting some build up again. And I think that's because we're getting funky rotation, because we have gaps in these connectors. It kind of stinks because I had a whole bundle of shims and I just don't know where they went. Like I literally had a whole box for the bundles of them, like a big fat bundle. Yeah, and the other reason I did want to leave it in here a little bit longer is because I noticed that, when I pulled it out of the roughing machine, there was that little kind of one kind of section on the top there that was a little funky, and so I want these hundreds to do, do the work. Slow drip tank, and then we can recycle it back, and it'll help slowly build up slurry. Yeah. So I do have these buckets right here, and as you can see, somebody put a little drip on the bottom there. And so yeah, theoretically you could just have it up on here, which, let me show you if I can. So this is actually this is what the guy built right here that came with it. So you can see here that this was a full manifold and everything, and then this was your little drip line that would come off, and you'd put your bucket up top here, and this was bolted on like this, but I'm going to have a different watering system. So it kind of sucks for now that I'm using this, just a water bottle, but hey, it's better to start somewhere. And I didn't want to really have to figure out that whole wonky system that he had. This is going to be a really nice sphere, though, I'll tell you that. I can see it already. I just wish I knew where those shims were. Yeah. Yep. That's me. Sorry, bro. That was me. And hopefully I should have some more at the beginning of the year. Because what I'm trying to do is actually get this set up to where it's like a full-blown sphere shop. So yeah, dude. We'll have to connect on Instagram. Meet up. We'll make some spheres together. Get stuff rolling. In fact, those two machines are right behind the camera here. Diana Spencer? Hold on. Let's see here. What? Where'd it go? Oh, her name was Tammy, not Diana. I don't know why that blanked out for some reason. Yeah, Tammy Spencer. A little bug trying to get in here. Oh man, Alex, I'm sorry, buddy, but hey, we're all in the same area, bud. We'll get them going. Where'd my bucket chair go? Yeah, I mean, I've been working on getting these, sphere machines go, the whole setup trying to go for like 5 years now. Oh, gotcha. That was your sister, huh? They're making more videos again, but a lot more of gardening and different projects. That's awesome, Steve. To be honest, man, I think everybody should be making videos. It takes a little bit of time to just kind of learn, but, Yeah, Alex, I actually paid her a little extra because she's a friend. And I knew she was giving them away for a good price. So I was like, hey, I'm not going to do that to you. Even though because I think she had them up for sale for like $300 or something. And so I was like, you know what? There's no way. I'm not going to let you do that. I will give you more money right now. And she's like, well, really? And I was like, yeah, you're selling them for too cheap. Plus, Tammy's been watching the channel for a long time. She's been supporting me, helping me out with the, just like watching the vids. And so it's like, hey, just giving a little bit back to the community. That's the whole thing. I'm trying to like build more of a community here than just be like some YouTuber, I know the feeling when I finally got 2 big saws and a huge drill press moved to the shop after like 6 months of having it. Yeah, for sure. Lots of people learn the stream. And doing content creation. I use the software and good budget equipment. Steve, what kind of editing software do you use? I'm using Camtasia right now, and to do this, I'm using Streamlabs. We just got the Streamlabs set up, and soon we're gonna have because I went and bought, funny enough, like probably 5 years ago, I went and bought one of these guys, Stream Deck, and this is gonna allow me to go from camera 1 to camera 2 and blah blah blah. You know, we've got a couple webcams going right now, which it's not the best quality, but it's better than nothing. Alrighty, we're definitely getting some build up again. So yeah, the Streamlabs is actually pretty good. I'm surprised. We just got it set up. I tried to figure out OBS before, but it was just like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. And so anytime you kind of don't know what you're doing, you end up getting, you know, sometimes you just get discouraged. It's actually exactly what happened with these originally. I had no idea what I was doing. So I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to try. Really? They will upload all of my stuff, huh? Now we might have to chat about that there, Steve, because I'm actually gonna. The reason why I wanted to use Streamlabs is because I want to start dual streaming on YouTube and Kick and Facebook and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's just, you know, you're being modern there. Like $50 for the Pro Service free. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, definitely reach out to me there, Steve. Instagram's usually the best way to get a hold of me. I mean, I'm on Facebook and stuff, but I just do adminning. Like, I'm the admin of the Oregon Sunstone Facebook group, or one of them anyway. I'm also admin of the Southern Oregon Rockhound group, Beginning Rockhounders, Oregon Agate Hunters. Yeah, I mean, you know, people found out that I have my master's in business administration, and they're like, oh, hey, can you admin this group for us? Like, yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, we'll definitely have to, you know, chat a little bit about that stuff, man, because I'm going to be doing this out in the desert here come mining season. And so I'm trying to dial it all in now before we get out into the middle of nowhere, you know, Rabbit Basin, and go, what are we doing, guys? You know? I'm thinking this thing's about ready to go into our next stage. But it is still building up our slurry pretty well, so just not quite as fast. And I know you guys said that these things have the thermally protected, but kind of curious what they're running. 164, 140. Yeah, 160. So hopefully they don't get too much hotter than that, you know. But I'm sure they'll figure it out, you know. Now, I don't like gold, to be honest. I'm not into it at all. I might sound kind of crazy, but yeah, I don't like gold. I don't like anything about gold. And if you ever get, you know, the first, yeah, I don't know. I just don't like gold. Not really big into the gold community, to be honest. Gemstones are where it's at. Yeah, so I think we're going to give this maybe like another minute, and then we'll swap out and start the 200 grit. Guys, I'm pretty sure it's gotten out any kind of imperfections that are left from before. And you know, I gotta be honest, I'm absolutely stoked that this thing, you know, the gold pan that I got up underneath here is working. It's like perfect. Yeah, gold's no good, man. I gotta be honest. Like, you ever, like, so, it's like it's a weird obsession. And that's the part I don't like, you know? Don't get me wrong, the opal guys and stuff, they get real crazy about opals and stuff. And, you know, look at the jade, you know, the jade people, man, they go bananas for it. But it ain't nothing like the gold people. The gold people will lie, cheat, steal, kill, nothing. It don't matter. You know, oh, give me that gold. And it's like, yo, dude, I'm good. You can have it. I'd rather go and mine silver, to be honest. But if I get the chance, I'm mining gemstones all day. That's my favorite. Crystals and gemstones, you know? Exactly. Now, the opal shows are great. I do like the opal shows. And I like the jade shows, actually. I really like the jade shows. Because, I mean, I would say that that's probably the thing I like the most. You know, that's not like a beryl. So I like, my favorite stones are like aquamarine, tourmalines, you know, that kind of stuff. Actually, let me fix that. Organ sunstone, hands down, is my favorite crystal on Earth. But after that, it's like aquamarines and what do you call it? Tourmaline and all those beryls. You know, those are like top quality to me. Oh yeah, the jade shows are super sweet. Hey, Romania Rockhound. Is that machine is really stable? Yeah, super stable right now. It's kind of funny because it's just sitting on a gold pan. You can kind of see the lips in there on the gold pan. Here, let's pop this guy out and get into the next stage. Thanks for joining tonight, Romania. I saw you the other day or yesterday when we were doing a little bit of testing for the live stream setup. All right, so we're gonna keep this one stationary, and we're gonna move these guys back. 3D printed a bunch of my own gold sluice mats, but mostly wanted to find gemstones. Gemstones are where it's at. I am a strong believer that gemstones are much better than gold or precious metals in general, you know. Yeah, I guess we're going to have to move this one back a little bit too. Come on. Oh yeah, that's right. Doesn't want to go anywhere if it's got the shim. All right, let's clear this off just a bit. See if it got rid of that funky ridge that we were looking at. Hey there, Devin. Appreciate you joining tonight. All right, so we just got this out of the 100 grit, and it's definitely looking good. We had a little bit of ridge at one point, you know, when we just pulled it out, but I'm pretty sure that's gone. I mean, this thing just feels silky smooth now. So I definitely think we're ready to go into the next grit. One thing I will say is because I've got these, these segmented rings here, I found that it's probably best to be real gentle when you're taking them off. Because, number one, I don't want to have to make more because I didn't make these. And number two, oh man, I don't know how old they are. So they could be, they could have been abused before. And lastly, what I've been doing is rinsing them off. You know, just to make sure we got, you know, we're keeping our dust levels and stuff down. You know, and of course they eventually dry out, so then it gets all dusty. And the less rock dust I can have in here, the better. So we'll get these 200s on. Yeah, I mean, these motors actually kind of warm the room up a little bit too, huh? Yeah, we're going to pull this back a little bit more. Get that in there. Now we're going to bring this forward, lift this up. There we go. And we'll just kind of tighten that down for a second. That gets us into play there. And then we're going to slide this guy forward. We'll probably loosen it up a little more. So now we got that good. Tighten this up a bit. Yeah, looks like we're probably going to have to use our dowel as well. Slip that back in so we don't have a whole bunch of vibration going on. And I think, actually, you know what? I think that's how we had it. All right, looks like we got full contact with everything. That's on tight. We're just going to give it a little start squirt. All right, that's looking good. So now I found that it's good just to do a little bit of inspection, make sure we're getting full contact, see if there's any adjustments that need to be made, because it seems like they're constantly needing to have, you know, little adjustments going. Looking good, looking good. Whoa, what happened there? Wow, looks like we lost our, we need to get some more of these. See how that's building up that quick? That's how you know it's cutting. Alright. We're in action. And it's getting a good rotation on it too. Yeah, so Steve, I'm over here in just outside Gold Hill, Southwest Oregon. And yeah, we're gonna be definitely going out to the desert. Oh my God, that would be so awesome. You're a pretty smart dude there, Steve. Yeah, that would be great. And waterproof. Oh yeah, Springfield up there by Eugene. Yeah, I'm right next to the Oregon-California border. Blood pressure cuff. Oh, Lemonade Jesus, bro, where you been? Oh, it's been so long since I've seen ya. Long time no see, buddy. Thanks for joining. Oh, man, I miss ya. I am so happy to see you, Lemonade Jesus. It's been a long time, bro. I hope you're doing really well, man. just to let you guys know, Lemonade Jesus is one of the coolest dudes I've ever met. Just instantly hit it off. The guy's got, what do they call that? What's that thing? Labradoodle. Labradoodle. It's awesome. Just a super cool dude. Aw, man. I'm so happy, bro. That is great. I'm glad to see you, man. I'm glad to see you guys are doing good. Or doing well, I should say. And actually, you know, I know what you guys do for a living, so I bet you're doing good as well. All ready for the holiday season, I hope. Yeah, this one's looking good. Dude, you're gonna have to come down here sometime, man. Hang out. We got some cool stuff going on. We're gonna be doing the gemstone mining here soon. You know, just hanging out. And my brother there, Epoch, he's one of my partners in crime now. And my other buddy, Brian Lucy. And yeah, man, we're just building up the team, you know. I found that a lot of the, you know, it seems like a lot of the other Rockhound YouTubers sometimes aren't so keen on hanging out with the others, you know. And so if you're like too competitive or something like that, and so I'm just like, you know what? Come hang out. I don't give a crap if you're a content creator or whatever, man. As long as you're cool people, dude, you're welcome here. I'll send you a link to get 6 bags off Amazon. Oh, that sounds great, dude. Much appreciated. Yeah, so this one's actually coming around real nice. I can see it just glossy. And you see that we're building up pretty well. Getting that, you know, getting that slurry going again. Building up that mud. I'm still waiting on some other cups too, so I can get, because I need some other sizes of my roughing cups. So, because right now, I can only do so small on those. And I only have so much big material, you know, so I'm trying to have like, you know, a full range. I think what my range is probably going to be about right now for the spheres is about probably 2-inch to 6-inch. I think that's probably what my range will be right now. Or 2.5-inch. So, you know, because I mean, really, you can get the the smaller spheres off of like Temu, man. So it's like, how am I going to compete with something like that? Plus, you get a bigger ball and it looks cool. On Instagram and other places, I'm on the Daily Mock News. Well, definitely, yeah, we'll have to meet up, bud. Just an amateur account starting out. Well, Katrina, you're in the right spot. We got, we got a lot of stuff going. And we're always willing to help and share and figure stuff out together, you know. I can hear through audio. You're close, okay. So yeah, if my audio's being funky, just kind of let me know. I know that I got the gain down, but I'm not really sure on how it's coming through. And I know this thing can be a little vibratory, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna be trying to get on doing the multi-stream here soon. I think it's gonna be kind of funny going over to a place like Kick or Twitch or whatever, and it's like, hey, yep, we're just making balls. Playing with our rocks over here. Oh yeah, I should do the obligatory slow-mo for the Instagram. Yeah, once we get a little bit of that mud built up on there, we'll do the obligatory. Yeah, Kick. D-Live. Oh yeah, I've heard about that one. I'm in there a lot. The Rumble is the best place nowadays. Really? I'll have to check out the Rumble thing. I mean, for the most part, I've done some other social media stuff in the past. I won't go into too much detail on that end, but I've just been, trying to like get it to where I was able to get onto YouTube, because I feel like YouTube is kind of like the big leagues in a lot of ways. If you can make it on YouTube, you can make it anywhere else, And not my channel's not very big or anything like that, but it's still going, and it's about to get a lot bigger. Because I think that once we start doing the mining and everything like that, we're going to just have a little bit something different that, not a lot of people have to offer. Yeah, the wobble is for sure, and actually that's why I've got like this little shim right there, because if I put them in the gaps, it completely goes away. And in fact, I think it's maybe this one. See how that sound now goes away? That's why I'm like, I need to definitely get more shims. Oh man, used to upload a lot and then got copyright strikes. New platforms. I don't blame you, man. In fact, that's exactly how I got to YouTube. So I used to do, way back in the day when Reddit was actually cool, everybody was harvesting from Imgur. And I had a few accounts on there, and my most popular one was called Sudalaris. And I was going viral weekly. And it was super easy over there, but there was no money. So I was like, okay, well, why not try to go over to this one called, what was it? They paid you with crypto. And I was like, hey, well, I'll try that just to, like, see if I can get going. And within 6 months, I was one of the top performers on the platform. But I could see that it was going downhill fast, and it was just loaded with bots. And so I was like, you know what? I think I'm ready. I think I'm going to try. But at that point, I didn't know anything about video editing, and arguably I still don't. Once again, I just tried, Yep, did Steemit, and, oh, that's what it was called, Minds. It was called Minds. And I was doing Steemit and Minds simultaneously. And in fact, if you go way back, on Minds, my channel name was Space News Hub. And all I was doing was like, space news aggregation. And yeah, within like 6 months I was blasting. just straight up crushing it. One of their top performers. And but the problem was, is they were paying you in Minds tokens or whatever, and it wasn't worth anything, and you couldn't sell them, and you couldn't cash out or anything. So it was like Christmas, you know, or New Year's or something like that, and I was like, okay, well, I had like hundreds of thousands of Mind tokens, man. Seriously, I had so much, and I just went through and I just gave it all away, everybody. And I was just like, yep, I'm done. And then that's when I started making YouTube videos. Steemit, the only problem with Steemit was, though, is I couldn't ever get any, what do you call it, traction. Yeah, this is doing well. Alright, do I have... I know I have hidden shims somewhere. Yeah, it looks like the puddle's drying up at least. I know I have those shims somewhere. And it's just frustrating that I can't find them. Oh, yes! Haha! We found one! And actually, that will probably, there we go, that cut that down a little bit. Huh, party, huh? You know, the thing that you know, that's why I was like, I really like the idea that Rumble would let me upload all of my videos from YouTube. Because that's my biggest problem, is I don't want to have to go through and do a whole ton of work to just get back to the same place I was. It's like I've got a million thumbnails that I need to go back and do, but I just don't have the time. Struggling enough just trying to get, you know, everything going. And do my job. And, you know, just live life, you know. Gotta sleep. Gotta eat. And, you know, getting out and rock hounding to record videos, you know. People think, oh yeah, well, you're just going to have fun. And it's like, well, yeah, I definitely am out having fun, but I gotta, like, you know, gotta get out there and hike around and find the stuff and all that. And I mean, it's just a whole day. That is so cool, Steve. Super cool. Yeah, I can deal with different UIs. I'm totally content with that. So long as, you know, I can actually get things rolling. Ah, ball puns. So yeah, Alex, I'm a real estate agent, and I've got my master's in business administration, and yeah, so I just kind of like mostly do real estate work, but the economy is just kind of is rough right now. I'll be 100% honest, super rough, and so I'm struggling to you know, make constant sales. All right, let's get this real quick for all those Instagram people. They love this. They love it. They say it's the best. I can't do a Trump voice. Just pretend I was. I need a home where all the owner carries. You know what? The owner carries are trash right now because they want way more down than they used to, and they want, really short plans with high interest rates, high ballooning interest rates. And so they're like, oh yeah, we want 25 to 30% down, and then, we want it paid off completely within 5 years. You're like, no, that's ridiculous. Nobody's going to do that. Let it can judge your stones by the sound they make. That's how good your audio is. Oh man, that's awesome. I can need a large shop and I can build a... Dude, that's the thing too. Actually, that's exactly what I want. I just want a big shop that I can live upstairs. And I can have a wood stove. Got a call for the night. See you later. Great live stream. Thanks, Katrina. Hopefully we'll see you soon. Reach out on Instagram if you have any questions. Yeah, land contracts. Yep. Get that one. Someone doesn't have a lot of job history. How hard is achieving a loan? Oh, it's tough. If you don't have a job history, man, yeah, it's rough. I feel lucky I bought my house in the lake house before the price skyrocketed. No mortgage. Oh man, Dougie, that is very rare. Very rare. I do have the wife and daughter, so making them comfortable is priority as well, but sick of multiple small spaces and needs a huge shop. I 100% feel you on that. I'm actually fortunate that I have this little workspace. But, yeah. Have a good night, Katrina. I'm probably saying that wrong. Yeah, I'm actually really lucky that I have this shop space, but it's not actually mine, to be honest. It's at my dad's house. And so, but you got to use what you can, I think we're getting close to being ready to switch over to the next stage. Yeah, this has been a long live stream tonight. I appreciate all you guys sticking around, by the way. I know this one's been a little bit longer than we usually do, but, hopefully it will be worth it. I think we've already made it worth it, considering we've had some good conversation. This guy back down here now. Alrighty. Yeah, I think we're going to call it on that one. It's looking pretty good. I think we're about ready to rinse it off. Oh, that's right. Gotta remove that one. There we go. Get our little rinse bucket here. Yeah, look at that. It's coming right along, eh? Well, I did say that we were going to be making a ball from scratch, so, might be a long stream tonight. All right, so it's looking pretty good. As you can see on the reflections, everything's looking nice and symmetrical. So I think what we're going to do is move on to the next stage. And that's the 300 we'll be moving on to. But fortunately, once we get, these are the pre-polish. And once we get up to about the 800, it really starts showing that shine. And it doesn't just, we're not going incremental up by hundreds. It's just the 1, 2, 3, and then I think it goes 5, then 8, then 1,000, then like 5,000, then 10,000. So, fortunately, we'll be able to kind of get an idea of what's going to work for us. So, I'm going to move that there. Keep these in order so I don't have to try to figure out what they are later. Because, as you can see, they don't really say the grid on there. and the marker that was on there has been long worn off. Fortunately, I do have the smaller ones if I need to, because it looks like what they did is they took these and then punched another one out and punched another, which I'd really like to know how they did that. Because I have, the 7-inch polishing pads, and I could make a whole bunch of these with that. So we'll just pull this back a little bit more. Get that in there. Let's move this one in. Come on. Tap, tap, tap. Get that in there. It'll lift on us. And then we shall move our final one in. Make sure we got full contact. Tighten this up. I'm going to put this in here so then we don't have that vibration again. There we go. Looking good. Alright, looks like we got some good contact. Yep, I think we're good. I do feel like we might need to just tip this one in just a hair. There we go. There we go. That's what we need. Maybe this one does need to come in a little bit more. There we go. I can hear that way better now. I've debated using soldering iron and remark my pads. Yeah. I mean, that might work really well, dude. I can hear it too. Are you rocking it? For real, man, it's weird. You can actually hear it kind of, pushing on it. And then you'll see that foam, which the foam is kind of like, I feel like the foam is an indicator that it's not getting full contact, or, the contact that you want. It's definitely cutting now, that's for sure. Yeah, and see that's the problem right there. It keeps doing that because I'm getting funky wobbles. I need something. See, right there, it's just slowly pushing it away. Let me see, I wonder if that will hold there for just, no, of course not. Duct tape. Haha. Yeah, see, now I'm getting some of that mud. There we go. Give me that scraping. I should have called this one the longest stream of the year. Whoa. Flop, flop, flop. Oh man, we love uneven here. But we like to call it jalopy. That's coming right along though. Unfortunately, the further we get out into these, the faster it is. Well, I mean, as long as they're cutting, it's doing its job. So for the most part, yeah, that's, they don't really need to be the same level. But what they do need to do is they all need to be touching. They all have to make, contact. I'm pretty sure I know what's going on here though. So what we have is we're using these, right? But the cups are bevel. And I want to say that I have where's those little cups? Oh yeah, that's right, up underneath here. So, you can see that there's like a bevel, right? Now what's actually happening there is that when we put that pad on there, it's not actually going with the bevel. And it just wants to stay straight out. And so once we put a little pressure in it, it actually it seems like it sticks a lot better. And then is able to work more. Oh, what did I just... Ah, crap. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely doing its job. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. What machine do I start forming the sphere on? You start with a cube and saw edges and grind down as much as possible. So what I'm doing is I use the core drill, right? And I'll core this guy. And then I flip it on its side, core it again. And that gives us this, right? And then from there, I core this one more time to get something like this. And then everywhere you see black, I grind that down with this machine over here. And then once I've gotten all the, basically a pretty round ball, then I throw it into this machine. And these are those Highland Park roughing cups. They're segmented production grade cups. And, it does take a while. But then once I got that, and it is a perfect sphere, then I drop it into this and just go through my stages. Yeah, see? There's some more of that bowenite. Pretty wicked stuff, huh? And I got, I do have a bunch more. Yelling into the microphone, I forgot it was right here. I got some 3-inch cores that I'll be making. This is all bowenite as well. And then I got this guy right here that I'll try to make a lamp out of or something. It needs to get a little bit of stabilizing down here. But yeah, It's a really nice material. And it's also some of my favorite stuff to find. You know, and this is the crazy thing too about making spheres, is there's really not a whole lot of people to learn from. Not that I've found anyway. You know, on YouTube you can go and learn how to fix the whole car. But not a whole lot of people making spheres. And even fewer people telling you about the troubleshooting and stuff. And so that's where it's like, yeah, eventually I'm going to make like a video where it's like a how-to. But for the most part, it's like, I think this is the best way to like kind of, you know, kind of learn and to have other people kind of learning with you, you know. Poly Arbor, yep, Poly D14. My first machine 13 years ago, still got it. Oh man, that's because the Poly D14 is unstoppable. I call this Frank the Tank because you ain't gonna stop it. It's an amazing tool. And you know, don't get me wrong, I don't like the silicon carbide because they wear out really fast, but hey, it works, right? And if I really wanted to, you know, spend the extra money, I could throw diamond on this. The machine will, you know, the motor and the pulleys and all that. I'm on the slowest setting right now. Plus, you can get these Poly D14 arbors anywhere. Anywhere. That's when we had a guy come into the museum like, what was it? I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago or something like that. I was in there doing a little bit grinding on my preforms, and I think he was from Bend, and he's like, yeah, you know, just kind of want to, you know, get a little bit more into the lapidary hobby. So, you know, I see all these, you know, genies and cab kings and stuff, and he's like, what do you recommend? And I'm like, Poly D14, cheapest thing in the market overall. You know, you can get that thing for $100, you know? And then the motor, dang near any motor you put on it, it's gonna be fine. You can build your own setup, and then you get these belts in bulk. You know, I was looking at the other day again, because I'm a little broke to buy stuff, but, you know, I was looking at the, you know, the 10 packs of belts, and it's like, you end up paying, I think, like $3 or something per belt. That's nothing. You can get a lot of work done. Except, you know, your 60 grits, the lower grits, they eat up faster. You know, that's the only thing that sucks. But, you know, to be honest, I bet you it'd be the same with diamond. Recently got another arbor and some original shields. I was stoked to find them, a scrap pile at a rock stake. Yeah, man, and that's what I need. I need a proper shield. As you can see here, I mean, I got just a clamp, you know, and a little piece of, you know, plexi or whatever from an old, what do you call it, info box, you know. Realtors, you know, you used to put the, you know, the flyers in front of the house. And I was like, well, we don't really do that anymore, so I'm going to yoink this and use it as a little, you know, water guard so I don't just get soaked. Only dreamed famous machine when I was working with that Poly, but stumbled into a Genie and Titan earlier this year and game changer. Titan can just rip through rocks, yeah. And you know, I think that if I ended up bumping this up or, you know, swapping it over a diamond, I'd probably rip through stuff too. But really, what I really just want to just have a spear setup. That's it. And so, you know, I'm probably end up gonna give this machine to my sister because she's trying to get into some stuff, and she works with like you know, epoxies and stuff like that. So this thing would work great for some of the stuff she does. But yeah, you know, I've had it for so long. It was basically the first tool I ever had, so I'm really having a hard time getting rid of it. You know. Yeah, this is doing well though. Still cutting, but you can see that it's not building up that slurry quite as quick. And as we move through these last few stages, you know, sorry. Try that again. Once we move through these last few stages, it's just going to get progressively quicker. Now, when we look at these are the 10,000s, and you can see how often they're used because you can still read it. So, more than likely, we're probably going to, you know, we got the 500 next, then we go to the 8, then 1,000, and I think once we get up to this, what is it, 3,000, I think we're going to, you know, have to make a decision there. Look at that, I can see a gap on the one cup. It might actually be because the ring isn't completely lined up. But I do feel that a little bit higher pitch on that could work. Oh, what the hell I was thinking. There we go. Maybe give it a little. There we go. Getting a little bit more cutting again. I'm on board, bro. You're Captain. We have plans. Yeah, buddy. Do you run cerium after? No, not with this material. It actually, it wouldn't really do anything. In fact, that's why most of the time, I haven't even been going up to the 10K. This Bowenite, although it is, you know, hard enough and clean enough to take a polish, you know, it doesn't actually need a whole lot more. Like this guy right here, I'd say this is pretty shiny. And this one, I think, yeah, I stopped this one at the 3,000. So. Now, once I start doing harder materials, yeah, I'll definitely be running up to the cerium. But the thing is that I really want to get some production cups from Highland Park. I'd like to have a full set, you know, of like, you know, a few different stages. But that's $60 a cup, and you know, you need 3 cups per stage, 8 different stages. Oh my God, it just adds up so fast. And I am not a rich man, by any means. It's actually a big reason I like this hobby. You don't have to be rich. And it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I'll go out with people who are pretty new in the rock hounding thing. Not really a bunch of, maybe they haven't really done it very many times or anything. And they're like, hey, is this a good one? And it's like, well, what do you think of it? And they're like, well, I don't know. I'm like, do you think it looks cool? And they're like, yeah, that's why I picked it up. And I'm like, then it's a good one, you know? Oh, and hey, Epoch, check it out, man. It's almost all healed up, bud. I got myself good that time. Actually, I took those cups apart too because, well, number one, you cut me and that's the last thing you do. But the other reason is because I wanted the adapters off of them. because I'm going to use these ones for, and put these on a different machine, because these cups will actually fit these funky homemade adapters. You know, and that's another reason I actually really like doing this stuff, is because it's like, you know, it's not just a whole lot of like, oh yeah, you know, just go and buy this, buy that. Well, yeah, it's expensive, number one. They almost, you know, is it even in stock? You know, that's something I'm struggling with right now. I bought the other, you know, I've got 2 more sets of Refpin cups already bought and paid for 2 months ago. Still don't have them. It's like, come on, Highland Park, please. Can I have what I paid for? They don't even tell me like, well, yeah, you know, we'll have them back in stock, you know, at some point. And so it's like, you know, when you're dealing with those kind of situations, there's a lot of troubleshooting, you know, and you just gotta kind of cobble stuff together and hope it works, you know, do a little adjustments and stuff. But you know, maybe in a few years I'll have the money together to where I can, you know, have a really nice setup just to make spheres all day. I want all of them, nerd. Haha. Yeah. Until you look at that price tag, bud. I mean, we'll get them, dude. We'll get them. And Epoch, man, you ain't gonna buy them, dude. You're my brother. I don't charge family. Man, that's looking good. I'm really excited for this one. Really excited. I can't believe we've been going for like almost 4 hours. Kind of crazy. Use a big drill press or to core drill. Any recommendations on the core drill? So actually I use a Milwaukee. It's a real core drill. And yeah, you can get those for like, you really got to watch the market for them. But they're going to be the cheapest one you can get. And then your biggest problem though is most of them are not going to come with the stand, the rig, right? I actually, Rock Dude helped me build my core drill rig because he's like a machinist extraordinaire. And then as for the core drill bits, I would just go with like, I think it's Blue Rock. They've got them on Amazon, but I think I pay like about 120 a piece. They're but you know, I've got like a 2.5, or no, it's like 2 1/4, and then I've got a 3-inch, a 4-inch, and a 5-inch. But right now I'm working to, because I want to get like half sizes so I can start making those hollow tubes. Because I just think those would make amazing like lamps. You know, like this one right here. So I kind of screwed up, but I was just like, hey, this one was like, I was just trying to figure stuff out. Oh, here, let me. But, you know, if you have something just lit up like that, actually here, you can see on this side. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, it's a lot thicker on this side, but, you know, that would be wicked. You know, just have some kind of, you know, some lamp. I don't know. I thought it'd be cool. There you go. That's a little bit better. I mean, pretty cool. But it's just like everything else in lapidary world, man. It takes forever. It takes forever and it's expensive. But once you have it, it's like you pretty much have it, you know? I mean, these polishing pads are basically the most disposable thing, you know? But you can get them pretty cheap. Can't imagine the big bits are cheap. What's the difference between core drill and a drill press? Everything. You'll never, ever, ever work a drill press. It won't work. Bottom line, I tried. And so have many others. It just does not work. There's a Yeah, it's just I would have to pull my I'd have to pull out my core drill, but it's up front, so and it's super heavy, and I'll have to adjust the camera. But yeah, it's just, dude, yeah, it's night and day. You can't even really. You're not even gonna put a what do you call it? A core drill bit onto a drill press. Not even gonna happen. And it's gonna wobble like shit down at the bottom, like crazy. Even though it seems legit, it's not. The UV resin coated is good. Yeah, I thought about the UV resin thing, and that's where I wanted my sister's help. She does all that resins and stuff. That's a big old chunk. I got Sony and stuff. Yep. This is it's a long, drawn-out process. Little make my favorite thing, or yeah, full price means you're going to take that and put it into mining. Well, yeah, bro. I mean, really, if I sell any of these spheres, I'm just gonna put it back into the sphere machine. You know, the whole project, because it's like, you know, if I can sell a sphere and get like a couple cups off of it or something, great. You know, because eventually, it's like anything else. How many spheres do I got to sell before I've got all of the sphere making equipment that I want? Oh yeah, this one's going. This one's going quick. We'll clean these off a little bit just to get a better idea. It does look like it's coming right through though. And all the glare that I see off of this light up here is looking really, really clean. This is awesome. And it's nice too because, like, you know, we'll do the 5s, then the 8s, then the 1,000, and then we're basically into that polish. I think 1,000 is considered polish stage. Sell them all to me. Oh yeah. What about all these guys though? I mean, Steve might want one. Alex is gonna be he's gonna be making some here soon. Yep, exactly. Rock Dude got you right there covered. By the way, Rock Dude's the one who helped me build my, build it. He helped me build the thing. We got actually a lot of hours into it. Fortunately, he's a super smart dude when it comes to rocks and machining and all that stuff, man. You know? In fact, anytime this guy wants to, you know, make a sphere, no charge on him. I'll do it all for free. He helped me get this whole thing out, you know. I owe Rock Dude a lot. Big time. And Rock Dude's got like, I'm not even kidding you, dude. This guy's probably got 50,000 pounds of petrified wood. It's ridiculous, man. I've seen this guy. I've seen pictures of this guy. It's just like massive petrified logs. And it's like, well, how the hell did you even get that out? He's like, oh, I just put it on a sled and drug it out. You're like, what? That thing weighs like 3 times as much as you do. The dude's a mule. Straight up an ox. It's super cool. We'll definitely be having to make some petrified wood balls here before too long. Yeah, you know, Alex, that's the truth of it. It is an investment because, you know, I was telling people this before. There's only, you know, there's not very many people who are making spheres around here. And then if you go to any kind of like rock shop or a rock show or something like that, look at the price of spheres. They're not cheap. They're not cheap, and this is why. It takes a long time. It's laborious, you know. Plus, you got to have rocks that are able to do it. Yep. What all the time electric materials? What charge for the spheres? Probably $100 for these little ones. You know. I mean, minimum. Because in all reality, it's like this stream's gone for nearly 4 hours now. You know, and then I've got another hour on the, you know, core drill and everything like that. And so, I mean, you're looking at 5-6 hours to make one 4-inch ball. And that doesn't even include any of the tooling costs or anything like that. And so, yeah, this is what I say. People are, you know, it's expensive. But here's the thing. Anything over like I would say about a 3-inch, 2-inch, 3-inch, maybe. The Asians cannot mass produce them. So if you go over to like China or India, what they're doing is they're basically treating these like beads. And so they've got this big bead mill. And essentially what it is 2 plates that's squished down, right? And then they just kind of do this thing. And they have like grooves in them and everything. And like, I'm sure they have like either slurry or something like that going on. But, you know, they don't have the tooling to have like, you know, anything above a certain size. And most of the time that's what you're seeing is like 2 and 3-inch. That's why I'm doing all my tooling for mostly 4-inch and above. You know, yeah, I'm going to have some smaller stuff, but that's only because it's like I want to be able to sphere a lot of the other stuff that I have. Yeah, they ain't cheap. And so this is, I figured, you know, it's going to be a, you know, like, number one, it's what I want to do. I've tried a bunch of different lapidary projects, and I get bored. You know, like, I had rock tumblers, I had vibratory polisher, I had the vibratory lap. I had a combo unit, Covington combo unit. Yeah, I've just had a bunch of different tools, and like, you'll never see me making cabochons, ever. Never. I hate doing it. It's boring. And you can buy them in bulk, you know, off of something like Alibaba for like, straight up, but they sell them by the pound, you know, and they're all fully polished, they're all great, and it's just like, nah, I don't want to do that. But I've always liked spheres. It's one of the only things that I've ever been willing to pay for, you know, when I go to like a rock shop or a rock show. It's basically the only thing. Maybe a good specimen, but yeah, for the most part, it's all about the sphere. Yeah, 200 plus with a stand, exactly. And this bowenite here, the quality that I get is actually, it's not easy to find, and so it is really good material. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of like everything else in the rock world, you know, what will people pay for it? But, you know, I think that if I've got good material, I'm putting a good, you know, putting a real nice polish on it. And the other thing I want to do is I want to go out and like harvest wood or something like that to like make my own stands. I got a little bit of woodworking stuff that I could use. I think it would be, you know, you're looking at a piece of art mostly, you know, and so you can charge, you know, a little bit higher premium. Having some quality opal, gem silica. Oh, gem silica is my favorite, bro. I love that stuff. I was just telling Epoch about that stuff last night. They call it Bakan Doko in Indonesia. It's really good. And other high-end stuff is so satisfying. Yeah, I just, dude, there's something about making cabs and stuff. I think it's the size. Because, like, I got ADHD, and so that's why I kind of like this, is I can move on, and I get, like, satisfaction quickly. You know? What do you call it? Cabochons and stuff like that, it just, it kills my mind. Right, so for a rare material, could maybe sell for like 500 polished and a nice stand. Yeah. So actually, you know, if you're looking, the bigger you're gonna get, the more expensive, right? And so like we have a lot of obsidian here in Oregon, and I know I've got a few good places over at the Glass Buttes where I can get big stuff. Big enough to make like 10 inches if I wanted to. And that stuff I wouldn't sell for anything less than 1,000 because you're just not going to get it. Got some good stuff with being a jeweler as well. Satisfying to cut some custom stones. Bro, the ADHD is real. That's why I have a little bit of everything. Yeah, constantly bouncing around. Yep, 100%, dude. It's rough. But that's also why, like, if you see my channel, mostly I'm out in the field. I have almost no shop videos because it's like the shop stuff just takes too long for me. That's why I really like making spheres, is because it's like, I feel like the pace is just fast enough, you know? I think we're about ready to swap this out to the next stage. But, you know, here's the whole thing, is we're going to make sure we go pretty good on our 5 as well, because that's where I think I screwed up last time and didn't get enough of the deep scratches out. And hey, I mean, if you guys are sticking around, I definitely appreciate it. And don't want to leave you hanging, you know? Alrighty. So I think that one's looking good for our size. And we're just going to adjust this. This guy, a little bit of rinse. Extra residual mud. Clean that up. Yeah, so you can see it is really coming along. And you can see it's got some good character to it. This is going to be a good ball. Or as Epoch keeps trying to get us to say, orbs. They're orbs. Rinse these little guys off. You know, and that's the other thing. If once I am able to get the production cups, there's going to be a lot of things that I won't have to do. You know, like I'm not going to have to rinse my cups off. You know, there's not a bunch of Velcro on the back to hold all that mud. Oh yeah, I can feel these motors are quite warm. All right, so now we'll just pull this back in. Seemed like that worked pretty well for us last time. A little love squirt. There we go. Looks like we got good contact. I think I am going to increase our elevation marginally. I'm going to slip this guy in here. Oh yeah, look at that. It's cutting quick. That's what we want. Can you hear that, Epoch? Sound good? Oh yeah, buddy, we're getting there. Also grow mushrooms, grow food, grow herbs, formulate and extract all the above. Went from not knowing what to do a couple of years back, and now I'm fully booked for the next 50 if I'm fortunate enough. Heck yeah, Alex, that's awesome, bro. That is awesome. That's the kind of stuff that I like to hear. You know, it's inspiring. I think that, you know, people spend so much time in life trying to chase money and, you know, things that they think are going to make them happy. But in the end, they never really have they don't figure it out, you know? And I think that it's, you know, kind of a tragedy that people like end up not doing something that makes them happy and makes them feel, you know, like they, you know, actually accomplish something, makes them smile, you know? Oh yeah, shit. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. See, I want. Maybe it's this one. Alright. Looking good. Yeah, this one does look like it needs a little whiskey poo. You know, and actually I found last time that a lot of this vibration actually was coming from this box. The electrical box. So I wedged a little tiny piece of wood up underneath it. And yeah, that helped a lot. Oh yeah. That sucker's building it up quick too. Hey, where are you going? Get back in your hole. Going right along. There we go. You know, and that's the other thing. Is it seems like every once in a while you gotta just adjust things. And I can tie my shoe. Instead of being like a child, stepping on my shoelaces all night long. Oh man, I only work hard to get more tools. Yep, for sure, buddy. Nothing more satisfying to me than having an idea, a chunk of rock and metal, and making them into what I envision, or at least close to it as possible. You know what, Alex? I think you and Epoch would get along like peas and carrots. Epoch, his whole thing is he really wants to be able to pull something out of the ground and make it into a beautiful piece of art. And so that's why he's getting into faceting and doing all this stuff with me. Plus, you know, we're going to try to get our other siblings into it as well. I just think it's kind of funny because it's like, you know, is this what I thought I'd be doing as a little kid? Not even close. I thought I'd be like, wee, riding a jet ski or something, you know? But, and dude, don't get me wrong, jet ski's pretty fun. But I'll tell you what, it's it's no comparison to being like, I made that and it's awesome. Not only did I make that, I went and found that rock and, you know, got it to the point where it's like a perfect sphere, you know? The only thing I'm kind of pissed about is the Freemasons still haven't called me. Now, Epoch's over on the East Coast. He's over in the Shire. He's going to be out here this summer, though. Or actually this spring. At least that's what he's saying. We'll find out. We'll find out. Oh, yeah, man. Big old spheres, man. They take the money. Jet skis are one of the best sports. I was tempted this summer to find one because I'm close to the Lost Creek Lake. I grew up going like, oh, so you're close to Lost Creek, huh? Yeah. A lot of good rock hunting out there. Lots of it. Boat mechanic even. Well, hell, between the people who are here right now, we got all kinds of good stuff going on. You can fix the boats. Epoch can weld them. You know, Alex, he'll have the little jet skis right next to him so we can hang out. I gotta tell you though, if I could afford a jet ski and the trailer and the truck and all that stuff, I might have a jet ski. I grew up riding quads though. So, I'm a four-wheeler guy. I love it. I had a dirt bike for a minute there, but it scared the hell out of me, to be honest. And it was only a little two-stroke, 110. But I was like, hey, I wonder how fast this thing can go. And yeah, 65 on a bicycle, well, on two wheels, that's just a little too much for me. I'm more of the type who wants to, you know, be able to go up and creep into the mountains so I don't have to, you know, walk 15 miles to get to my spot. But, you know, I rode the bike a few times to get up to my spots, and then it was just like, you know what? Walking is better. I get more exercise. But a jet ski, hot damn, man, I'll tell you what. Whee! Try to not smile on a jet ski, huh? It's never gonna happen. The community is going to be the best. What do you mean going to be the best? This is the best, bro. This is just the beginning of the best, though. I'm on 22 acres off Agate Road, really? Not far from Denman. Oh, there's tons of stuff over there. I got paid to pick up rocks after tilling the field in like 2020. Wow, so much wood over there, so much jasp agate. Oh, man, yeah. And it's funny because if you look into a lot of these rock books, you know, like Jim Trails and, you know, Rock Hounding Oregon or whatever the hell the books are, they don't tell you much about Southern Oregon at all. And I want to keep it that way. But we got good stuff here, man. I'll tell you what. We got good stuff. I'm going to be tilling it up the next spring, plant a few acres of sweet corn. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. See, and that's the other thing. Sam's Valley is loaded. And a lot of people don't even know. You get some of them farmers to go out there and tilling their stuff, and you're like, hey man, you mind if I come in and I just poke around, look for a few rocks? They're like, oh, you'll get rid of the rocks for me? Sure. Yeah, you can see how much it's actually building up pretty quick too. That's good. It means it's still cutting a lot. So much clear agate as well. I used to go up to Denman before the expressway in like 2013 to fill buckets after they tilled wild bird. Yeah. Yep. 100%. You know, there's a lot of good places around here, and a lot of them have been, you know, kept secret for quite some time. And, you know, I feel like we're the next generation And I think that, we got a good group of people working right now. Yep, exactly. Lots of Saginite. Dude, Saginite's my... Oh, I love me Saginite. In fact, that's basically what my whole window over here is. Behind the machine, I got like a little window. And that's usually where I put my Saginite. But like this piece, you can see in there. Well, kind of. Not the best camera again, but this is definitely the Sagenitic. And then I've got like a bucket down here that I've just been like every time I find a good piece of Saginite, it's like stash it away. Because like we've got killer stuff around here. And a lot of our petrified wood is just really good too. A lot of people don't they don't know that we've got really quality material up here. Or down here, I should say. I hear 2 wants and 1 clear. Yeah, it's because we got some funky rotation. And it's like, I bet you, if we went, get a little bit of this going. Well, see, because mostly what it is, it's just a vibration. That's why I need to have just a grip of these shims, I think. Just sort of fresh flats and folded box of major chloride, hematite, rutile, brookite, and gray lithium quartz from Big Estate buyout in Murphy. No way. Dang, man. That sounds like you got a score. You ever go down to the Gem and Mineral Society in Central Point there at the Rock Museum? Yeah, that's rolling nice right now. Stoked about this one. This is going to be a good ball. Or orb. Kind of wonder why we don't call them orbs, to be honest. Shorter. Easier to say. Easy money, what's my fortune? Your fortune is you've made it to the ball mill. And it's time for you to rockhound with the rogue. Wasn't cheap, but after seeing some reason the seller is selling so much stuff, I'm rich, because I haven't had been telling myself to. I was gonna go and go one of those times Jack was selling. Yeah. Yep. I shut down the garage, working on my women's car because wheel bearing, of course, it's been a pain. Huge pain, bro. I am no mechanic, buddy. It's so close, I need to get down there. Once I build my own workshop, I was mainly going to go there. Yeah, you should, man. There's a lot of us don't. Any day, man, any day. Yeah, that's your fortune right there, easy money. Actually, how about this one? Confucius say there is no such thing as easy money in the United States. Hell, I don't know, man. Ask Epoch. He's good with that stuff. I'm just an idiot making balls out of rock. Oh, no way. The head gasket sucks, man. Yep, I just had to do that not too long ago with a Subaru that I don't even have anymore. Needless to say, I will never own another Subaru again. I hate them. Toyota's the only thing I'll ever buy. Oh, dude, Big Mean Miner. Go, 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 Alex, go. It's a blast. Lots of great memories. Exactly, man. Rock, dude. Hey, AZ. Good to see you guys. Start to finish, how many hours goes into one orb? It kind of depends, hardness and everything like that. But right now, we started out with a rough, a preform tonight, and we're sitting at about 4.5 hours. So, and that doesn't include my core drilling. That doesn't include me going out and finding it. So, yeah. Subaru is one of the worst cars ever made. I hate them. Dude, yes, I 100% agree. The cars are but I will say the Toyota Corolla. I had a 1997 Toyota Corolla, and that thing could go anywhere. Nothing stopped it. I would have, I'd be like, oh yeah, I better check the oil again. Go check the oil. Almost nothing in there. I was like, oh geez, better put some in there. And then it's like, yep, right back to going. Never had to do anything besides fix like some CV joints. No, I'm failing. It was a good deal because of it. Yeah, exactly. Because a lot of people can't mechanic anymore, Alex. I'm a Honda man these days. 06 CRV. Yep, Odyssey, Element. Three basically the same exact engines. Yeah, for sure. And I also heard the Honda Ridgeline is one of the best trucks on the market right now. It's all about them 90s Toyotas, man. That's one of the reasons I was really not a big fan of that whole scrapping car deal that they did with like Obama or whatever. Oh, easy money. You had me there, bro. I was like, who is this guy? It's Big Mean Miner, everybody. Really? You're not Big Mean Miner? Are you messing with me, bro? I can't see your picture that well. Kind of look like him. There's so much the car can do. The engine can go out and the suit. Yeah, exactly. And it, like, I don't know. It's like, yeah, don't get me wrong, like, I think there was probably at some point a Subaru that was good, but I've never found it. And everybody that I've heard, oh, you run the Planet Spectrum. Oh, okay. I know who you are now, bro. Gotcha. Yeah, all I got to see is this tiny little picture. And so it's like, oh, is that? Well, hey there, Easy Money. I can't wait to get back out there. I need to pay your boss. We're buying a claim from him here, and I still haven't given him his cash yet. No way. You can fit a 4x8 in there? That's crazy. Maybe I need to look at one of them things. I had a full song when I was a kid. Yep. You gonna get a Toyota now? Oh, you know what? Actually, AZ. I don't know if you remember my post that I put on. Let's see, it was probably about beginning of July. I was hit by a drunk driver in my Subaru, and I've been waiting for my insurance since then. Still haven't gotten it. The dude's gone to, he's already been, you know, like, what do they call it, arraigned or whatever, and he's playing games with the court, and the USAA is playing games with me, and so here soon, once my dad gets back from Thailand, I'm going to, I'm actually going to be suing both of them. And yeah, easy money. So we got the one down by Charlie Pit, pretty much right across the road. But we're actually trying to put together a little bit more money because I think we're going to buy one of the Jack's Reds, or maybe one of the Aces Reds. I just put 300K. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. 300K. That's a lot of miles. Gotta pull the middle two seats for the top of the right. Pull them back in there. Yeah, exactly. And see, that's the other thing, Alex. I want something that I can just, you know, if I drive out to like Spectrum from here, that's like 5 hours. So I want to be able to like drive out there, you know, fold the seat down or whatever, maybe throw a couple, you know, items outside, crash out in the back, wake up in the morning and be fine. I don't want to have to get out there and set up a tent and all that. And I sure the hell don't want to drag some trailer out there when now I got to go 20 miles an hour down this dirt road. It's annoying, you know? I've got my 1.2. Holy, no way. Oh, man. That's badass. Yeah, easy. I am really, you know, the first time I ever went and dubbed Sunstones, I went to Spectrum. This was probably about 15 years ago now. And as soon as I started finding stones, I was like, one day I will own a Sunstone mine. So it's taken a long time, but you know, it's something I've always wanted to do. And so Chris was so generous to, you know, sell us one of the claims, and hopefully he's going to be selling us another one here soon. And yeah, me and my brother and a couple of my buddies, we're just going to, you know, have a good time. I'm really looking forward to it. Did the guy have insurance? Yes, he did. USAA. And you know, they just screwing me over, you know? And so we're gonna, you know, because like in all reality, we know that this is kind of what they do. They'll screw around with you, and they don't, you know, they'll delay and delay and delay and delay, and then they'll offer you a fraction of what they should be giving you, because they're like, oh well, they expect you to basically be like, well, something's better than nothing. But at this point, you know, we've already talked to a lawyer and everything, and he's like, no, that's bullshit. We're gonna sue him, and so we're actually probably gonna sue him for about $100,000 because of all the time and bullshit and lying and everything. And so it's like, oh, you want to play games? Cool. How about this? How about this? You like that? Congrats, man. That's awesome. I like working with Chris, so I don't have to do the claim paperwork. Yeah. I'm really thankful for Chris. I'm really thankful for Chris because, you know, he's just a super legit dude. You know, he tells it how it is. And I think that, you know, if you're just an honest guy, then he'll treat you good, you know? I tried a tent trailer out there the first time I went about 25 years ago. I ended up dropping the trailer off the side of the road and drove on. Major washboard, exactly. I don't have to deal with that stuff. I don't have to deal with it. Oh yeah, we're getting the attorney. And the thing is too, you want to hear the crazy part, AZ? Not only was the guy drunk, But he got out of the vehicle because he was the only one there, you know. Then he tried to say that he wasn't driving, which I'm like, well, that's BS. And then he got like, what is it? Like resisting arrest, eluding the police, just a slew of other charges. And so, and then there's just me. It's like, I just want my car back. Can I please just have my car? And they're like, well, you know, hey, he's got rights. And it's like, don't I? What am I? I didn't even do anything. I was literally just going home from the river a mile down the road. And this jag decides that he's going to, you know, be a freaking tough guy, you know, and smash up my car. And it's like, dude, that's BS, man. It sucks. And I mean, you know, it's just been way too long. Way too long. So, oh, dude, for 100% easy money, super stand-up guy. And, you know, really, if things, you know, keep going the way I want to, I actually want to, like, want to follow him around a bit, to be honest. I want to go dig the turquoise and make videos, and forever I've wanted to go down to the Himalaya. I really want to go down there. But I don't want to just stand out in the parking lot and sift, you know. I want to go in, bro. It's just, and I want to make videos, you know. I think it would be good for everyone, really. And then I know that Chris has a bunch of connections and stuff, and so maybe he helped me out find like you know, some other people where I could go check out some more claims and do the thing, you know, because it's not like, you know, I'm not trying to be like a 100% professional miner, but I did want to, you know, it's kind of like I've been telling my brother. I kind of want to like be the Anthony Bourdain of the gem and mineral world. Go all over, dig stuff up. I want to dig with you. I want to eat with you, and I want to drink tea with you because I don't drink alcohol anymore. He has no chance. Did you go to the hospital? No, because I wasn't injured. You know, and I just like, I guess I don't know, maybe too honest or something. I want to go to all his mines too. It's wild what he's got going. I know, man. He's a crazy guy. We're lucky to have him. Turquoise is blast. Yeah, dude. I know. I want to do it. I'm not the biggest fan of turquoise. I mean, it's cool, but, you know, I'm more of a tourmaline dude. But yeah, for sure. I want to definitely do it because it's an experience. Plus, turquoise is cool, you know. Following Chris is the best. I've been to so many cool places. I haven't got to do Himalaya yet myself. Man, I'm sure he'll let us do it one day. I mean, I've been asking him for a while now, and I'm sure you have too. But yeah, I'd love to get down there and dig with you guys here soon, you know? Because I know that, Spectrum's pretty cold right now. I mean, you know, at least a little too cold to dig. I bet down there Tonopah's pretty nice right now. Didn't care for turquoise until he started mining it. You know what? I bet you I'd be in the same boat, to be honest. Like, yeah, it's cool and all, but I guarantee you once I start getting into it, it's going to be just like everything else. It's going to be like, oh, gotta get more, you know? Look at this one. I've seen some of his Instagram reels, man. Some of those veins he's pulling out, crazy. I think they are, but I'm not sure how much. I think it's like a mining collective or something down there. Because it's like, you know, all those are big money. I have to have more than I know what to do with. Hey, man. Well, you know, I got some friends. They're working on their sales right now. You know, they got a pretty decent little setup going. And I'm sure I can connect you guys. But, yeah, I mean, I just have to talk with them. You know, I'm not too much on the sales side.
Hell, I won't even sell these to my brother. I'm just like, nah, bro, I'll just give it to you. Oh, by the way, I'll if you send me a message on Instagram, it's Rogue Rockhound. I'll be able to hook you up with them as well. Very little's coming out the Himalaya. Yep. Yeah, it's probably expensive to hell as hell to mine down there too. Oh yeah. See, look at that. You already got Alex wants some. Yeah. Hey, I can't talk about this. No, I can't like talk and pay attention to everything. I'll talk to you here in a minute. All right. I think we're about ready to swap this one out. Because we're not getting quite the buildup on there. It's not building up quickly anyway. Oh yeah, see that? Alex, Easy Money's gonna take care of you there, buddy. Alright, we're gonna swap this one out. I think we're ready for the next stage. Everything is looking good. Yeah, I like that Royston stuff, man. In fact, I was just looking at the Google Maps the other day, looking at that whole area. Because it's just like it's a really cool area, and I've never been down there. All right, let's get this guy cleaned up. See how it's looking. Give you a little bit of yeah. See, definitely getting it's showing its colors now. That's cool right there. See how it does that half thing? That's wicked. I didn't even see that before. Woo wee! That's cool. All right, let's rinse these guys off, and then we're gonna bump up to the 800s. We're trucking right along through this. Oh yeah, oh yeah, man. I'm definitely gotta get down there, and 100% everywhere I go, I take the drone with me. That's for sure. All right, so let's get this next guy in. We got the 800s. Slip these on. All right. Should be there. Pull this back a little bit. Oh yeah, forgot. Did do that. So now let's push this guy up a little bit. Down. This one in. There we go. Should be good. For a little funky jig. Keep that there. This up like this. Like that. Okay. Give it a little love squirt. Oh yeah, there we go. So it does look like I need to do a little bit of adjustment. There we go. There we go. That's looking good. Let's see.
that a little better. Okay, looks like we got some good contact. Alrighty. Rockin' Lady had a blast that day. Oh yeah, agreed. I'm addicted now. Hey, Rockin' Lady. Looks like I actually can see you this time. I love to have a place, real turquoise, because what it sells here is most of them are dyed howlite. Yeah. I've heard that's pretty common, unfortunately. You know, anything to save a nickel, right? I did the K-Fall shows with Hans a few years back, and the dude was making spheres right across from us. Started again, it was so loud, super loud. Just like that guy right there. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff. I definitely want to check it out, that's for sure. You know, because most of what I'm going to be doing is just kind of like, you know, making YouTube videos. So if I got a cool place to do it, I'm there. You know? Real estate ain't really popping right now, so it's like, hey, go do something else, right? Oh, better see if this guy. Drift Depot, yes. Trey Jones. Oh, yes, okay. Thanks, Rock Dude. Appreciate it, buddy. Always looking out for me, man. Doesn't even need the stabilization. See, that's the money right there. Alright, let me see. I'm gonna let Epoch know that I know the East Coast is 3 hours ahead right now, and it's whew, it's almost midnight. Hot dang! Wow, been doing this all night. That's crazy. Hey, you know it's Saturday night. Christmas is in a few days. That's cool. I ain't got nowhere else to be. Yeah, I have great deals for people with soft. Excellent, excellent. Let me call this guy real quick. Did you bail? Your what? Yeah, it's live. Yeah, I just didn't know if you bailed because it's like midnight over here, which means it's like 3 o'clock in the morning over there. Okay, well, I didn't know if you were going to go to sleep because, you know, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Sorry it's so late, dude. But, yeah, we should be finishing up here shortly. Oh, dude, this is going to be a good one, too. Did you see the half-half? Well, I know. I'm just saying, like, the camera's not the best, and so I didn't know if you could actually see that color through. All these guys. Yeah, all of them. There? Yeah, no, all these guys, buddy. All of them. I know most of them. They're all cool people. And from what I've seen from everybody else, they're all good people, too. All right, well, chat. Make sure he didn't fall asleep. Poor little feller. So yeah, we're on the 800 grit right now. We'll bump up to the 1,000 here shortly. Fortunately, we're seeing that we're really not having to keep it in quite as long now, which that's pretty nice. And we're getting a nice little buildup of our slurry, so we're looking all right. 4 hours and 45 minutes. Woo wee! Longest stream. We're doing it for the record. I'm like, can't you do the finishing? Oh yeah. Oh, could have been in. Yeah, gotcha. I tell you what, I am super happy to have the next ball about ready to go on the shelf. Hopefully the Christmas gifts I will be able to give this year will be sufficient for those who are receivers. Gonna have to get Rock Dude one. He always gets first choice because of how much he's helped. No sleep, we're better tomorrow. Mm-hmm. You can always sleep tomorrow, man, you know? Christmas is right around the corner. Yeah. You know, it's funny actually. Kind of been sleeping like crap lately because it's been storming a whole lot here lately, and get all that wind and rain and everything, and then what happens is 2-3 o'clock in the morning, dogs start barking at something, wakes me up, and it's like, what the hell's that? We've been robbed? No, it's just raining. Thanks. Good dog. Yeah, you can hear how quiet that machine is now. I appreciate that, Epoch. I'm glad to be able to, spend time with everybody. And the fact that we're getting to, go through this whole process together, it's pretty wicked, man. It's a rare opportunity in my eyes. Sitting on that bucket is just not the best. Maybe I'll flip it over and like a normal human being. So I'm not just being cut by the edges. Oh yeah, look at that. Normal human chair. Oh, it's so much better. I've got to say though, I am absolutely blown away how long we've been going. We've been going for almost 5 hours. We're gonna do the longest stream record here. Fortunately I was smart this time and ate right before I did my stream. Because yeah, last time, oh man, I was so hungry. It was just like, oh yeah, all right. Thanks for joining everybody, I gotta eat. Yeah, I do need a real chair. Well, I got these bar stools and stuff, but because of the camera angle right now, that's kind of why I'm using the bucket. Ah, dude. Always, man. I appreciate it, buddy. Right? Actually, what I really want to do is I want to, adjust this shop a little more. Because really, it's kind of hard to see stuff, yeah, you can see this machine kind of, but I want to get it to where it's like you can actually see what's going on. It's okay, like you see pretty well, but I would like to have it to where, like I was saying before, I want to have stations,
You know, to where it's like, okay, let's swap over our cameras and check out what's going on over here. Because this one, you know, if I'm just working one angle the whole time, yeah, you know, kind of gets difficult. And you know, if I just disappear like this, and it's like, wait, who's the dude in the flannel? Oh yeah, man. Romania Rockhound. You know, I think I don't know anything about Romania, to be honest. I'm gonna have to check your channel out and see what you got going on over there. Oh, dude, Deepak, you're my brother, man. I always share, bro. That's what it's all about. You know, if I found great joy in this, of course, I'm gonna share it with you, share it with everybody I can, hoping that somebody else finds joy. Going down the rabbit hole of core drill. I was thinking I could use the drill press as Milwaukee without a stand for $400. That's a pretty decent price. I would say it's a pretty good price. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Now you got a drill. And, you know, the stand is absolutely imperative. I think Rock Dude and I probably spent a month making mine. And this dude's got a full machine shop. It's crazy. But, you know, once you got it, it's like you can do a lot of work. Hey, man, I appreciate it, Rock Dude. Always appreciate it. Yeah, in Romania. I'll check it out, dude. Like I said, man, I'm trying to create a community here, you know? And, you know, if we get, you know, the chances to promote each other and help each other out, man, that's what it's really all about. It's like I was explaining to my buddy. When I first started making videos, there was only one dude really on YouTube who was willing to kind of like talk with me and hang out and, you know, like just respond. And that was Currently Rockhounding. Like, you know, I didn't really know AZ or anything yet at that point, but, you know, like there was a few other channels that I'm not going to name because, you know, I don't need to start shit with anybody, but yeah, like wouldn't respond to any of my comments, talked a bunch of crap about me, come to find out, you know, and it just kind of hurt because it was like I was trying to be part of the community. I wasn't trying to step on anybody's toes. And, you know, so it's like I don't want anybody to feel the way I felt. You know what I mean? Kind of silly, but that's why I always try to welcome everybody. Make sure that everybody feels like, you know, we're all on the same team here, you know? We're all just trying to have fun with our hobby. See that, Rock Dude? You'd be making another core drill stand. You know, I still might have a little bit of that rack and pinion stuff. See if we can dig some more of that out. Oh man. Ah, it's good. Stuff on my face. Huh. Weird. Exactly. Sharing and advancing together. That's what it's all about, man. 100%. We're a community here. You know? Ain't nobody better than anybody else. We're all just here playing with rocks. You know? Ain't no reason to think, you know, any different, in my opinion. I've been on YouTube since 2008, man. Heck yeah. Actually, a long, long time ago, I started my YouTube channel, but I just never made any content. And the person who actually got me into making rockhounding videos was Currently Rockhounding. I was watching so many of his videos every week, all the time. And I was telling him in the comment section, I was like, "Oh man, you gotta come to Southern Oregon. We got all kinds of cool stuff." And he's like, "Bro, if you got so much cool stuff, why don't you make a channel?" And I was like, "You know what? I will." And here we are. I guess 5 years later, YouTube sent me some email that was like, "Oh, it's your 5 year anniversary," and it's like, "Oh my God, really? It's been 5 years already? Ugh, I need to make more videos. I'm falling behind." That when my computer broke, I was down for over a year, and it sucked because I was just starting to like gain some momentum, and you can't you can't edit videos without a good computer. At least I couldn't. And so, yeah, it just sucked. But now I'm getting back on it, and I got the computer and everything, and moving right along. And I'm hoping this year is going to be a big year for me, to be honest. And actually, this 2026 is going to be my 10-year anniversary of quitting booze. So, no matter what, it's a big year for me. But it's going to be really cool. If I can share more, and it's like the mining experience and spear making and stuff like that. Not a lot of other people on YouTube doing it, so I figure I have a good opportunity. I mean, I ain't trying to become rich and famous, but I am trying to be free. Getting pretty close on this one. I just come on YouTube, talk shit, and live streams mostly, but I should actually post content. I think you should, man. I 100% think you should. I think that we're getting to a point now with YouTube where it's not about the Mr. Beast style videos and stuff. And don't take this the wrong way, but like the crystal collectors and the Dan Herd and all that, I think they're coming to an end because in all reality, you just can't keep that kind of energy up, especially when it's fake energy in the first place, And so I think we're getting ready, especially with all this AI stuff that we're coming and all that's happening right now. People are really resisting it, and so they want to see real, and that means you're not an actor. You're not like a fake actor. You're not, you're not trying to do something that you're not. I mean, that's exactly how I operate. Look, I'm not going to lie to you guys and tell you I know exactly what I'm doing. No. In fact, this is why I wanted to do it all live, is so I could show you. I'm learning. But the cool part is, learning is a very unique opportunity. You only get to do it once. And so I wanted to share, And yeah, maybe a lot of people ain't going to be like, "Oh, that's really cool," but, I don't care. Because plenty of you guys do, And that's all that really matters. Even if it's only one person that gets a benefit out of this, then I'm happy. But this Mr. Beastification and like this, over-exaggerated thumbnails and all this like, "Oh my God, look at this crystal, what?" That shit's done. That's old hat. People are over it, Be a normal human being. That's what people want. Hey, I appreciate that, Easy. I really do. Like I said, man, I'm just trying to be a normal dude out there. Ain't nothing special. Best in real time, bro. Best in real time. And I ain't faking nothing. The only thing I'm hiding is my little vape. Wow. Little dust in my eye or something. Yeah, man. I think that's really what counts. I do. Just a little bit of effort, learning stuff, doing some community building. You know, try to be helpful and useful. You know, that's the way I see it. And every once in a while, maybe crack a joke or something. But I think the big thing is if I'm having fun, it's a lot easier for everybody else to have fun, you know? Fortunately, it's not too cold in this shop tonight either. And I tell you what, that this thing right here. Oh God! What? Where are you getting trapped up? This thing, it lies. When it says that it's 58 degrees in here, that's a lie. I gotta check the other thermometers to make sure. Tell you what, these are definitely warming it up in here though. And yeah, I would say looks like it's about 50 in here, which is perfect for me. See if we can sneak another one of these obligatory slow-mo shots for the Instagram. Oh yeah, the Instagrams, they love these slow-mos. Especially when you get the line buildup on there. Or the lines, you know, when they're cutting through that, what do you call it? The slurry. Better post those for, oh, come on. What? Oh, gotta figure out how to do this. I'm not the best at these Instagram things yet. Kind of funny because I've been on here for like 5 years, I guess. There we go. We're getting close. We're getting close, everyone. Has a stool in the background, sits on bucket. Exactly. But see, that's what I was saying. Like, if I sit on the stool, you can only see my mouth. And I don't want you guys to make fun of my teeth. I got enough of that when I was a kid. Sit on bucket, at least I can hide. Then I got a nice little view of what I'm looking at here. And you know, it's funny too because it applies to more than that easy. I've got tables and I put my my machines on those. That's why I have those bar stools. It's because I put the spear machines on those. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I suppose it could, huh? Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit now that that's kind of see it like that. And then maybe oh yeah, look at that. If I not too bad. Oh yeah. Oh, these bar stools are terrible. These are not good bar stools. Now I know why the dude gave them to us. They like lean real heavy one way. Who cares? It works. So long as we can still see what's going on. This is not the important part. This is what's important. We're getting real close too. Exactly. Yeah, so there's some stuff. In fact, oh, one of our mutual friends there, Brian Lucy, gave me this guy. Put on the shelf. He's the the stoned bone collector, or the boned stone collector. That's what I was trying to say. The boned stone collector. There we go. Yeah, and you notice how the machine's so much quieter once you get into these further stages. Yeah, man, Brian's the best, bro. He's the third. He's the third leg on our tripod here. So it's me, Epoch, and Brian, and we're the ones who are buying the claim and gonna be working it. So right now, this is the 800, and we're gonna be jumping up to the 1,000 next. And to be honest, I think that we'll get to the 3,000, but I'm thinking that this one might be able to go up to 10. So we'll see what it looks like after the 3. And since hey, we're going full ham tonight at over 5 hours now, might as well, right? Apparently, we're all gonna be up late anyway. I can't believe that it's past midnight already. Don't open up tall enough to cart larger rocks. And, yep. So yeah, I bought 2 core drills from a guy over in Bend, and wasn't even thinking about it, but I got them basically $100 a piece. And then I was like, oh wait, how do I even use this? And then I started looking around. It's like, oh, there's supposed to be a stand that goes with these. Nobody wants to get rid of the stand. It sucks, but hey, once you have it, you have it. And then when your drill breaks or something like that, fine, just get another drill. I still have plenty of beer and a few reasonably witty condiments. Hey, man, you're always welcome here, bro. Always welcome. We love wit. Yeah, I got a feeling this is going to be a shiny ball. Oh, yeah. And the polishing pads they work great. And they're super cheap. Well, and Brian's also going to be Epoch's teacher. That was part of the agreement. It's like, hey, dude, we're going to do the mine and stuff. Epoch's coughing up the money, and I'm going to cough up this and that. And it's like, here, you know, uh, we can reduce some of your costs on the entry and stuff, because really we don't need a whole lot of money, but what we do need is some skill, you know. And Brian's a damn good gem cutter, damn good gem cutter. I hope my brother's gonna be a damn good one too. I think he's got it though, you know. I think there's just something there where it's like, it takes it takes like the focus, and I think he'll be able to do it. I don't think I can, to be honest. I really don't think I can. I think that I am just like too impatient on a lot of things. In fact, if we weren't doing this live, yeah, I probably would have turned it off after that one and then been like, okay, we'll do this next one tomorrow. But hey, what's life worth? Life's worth living, right? Don't need to sleep the whole time. Dude, totally understandable, Rock Dude. It's been 5 hours already, so we'll get it covered. And yeah, it's always great to have you here, buddy. Yeah, eventually. Yeah. Are you out of here there, Romania? Have a good night, Rock Dude. I think this one's about ready to swap out. It's still cutting pretty good. A little bit of build up. Get one little squirt and see how we're doing. Yeah, I bet you are, bro. Yeah. You're a machine. You're a machine, Rock Dude. Absolutely beast. Alright, let's swap this guy off. And get on to that next stage. This back just chicken. This one back. Whoop, 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 fall. Alrighty. We'll get this rinsed off. Oh god, it's like silk. And what I noticed last time is it seems like right about the 1,000 grit is when you really start getting to that high glossy polish. We'll see how this is looking. All right. So it is really coming along there. So yeah, I bet you here in just this 1,000 grit is going to really take over, and we're going to see a nice polish on that. We'll just swap these out real quick. Get the 1,000. Final countdown. Alrighty. This. That up like that. Tighten down a little bit. Give it our little love squirt. Oh, jeez. Maybe I'm getting a little tired, huh? Yep, that's all right. We're actually pretty good. Might go. I might actually just. Underneath there. Looks like it's going all right. I do think I'm gonna
There we go. That's what the sound I was looking for. Yeah, there we go. Now we're getting some cut. That's where. Oh, come on. These little rings too. Oh, geez. Why do you keep rotating off like that? Come on. What is the malfunction here? No, it definitely has that rhythm. That's for sure. Where is... There we go. That's how I got it. And there it is. Looking good again. Let's let that ride for a little bit. And now that we're up into the higher stages, it should be a little bit quicker. But you know, at 5 hours and 16 seconds, or 16 minutes, whew, a little bit longer than I thought. But hey, I'm enjoying myself. Hope all of you are as well. I know it's late, but I definitely appreciate y'all joining, sticking around. There we go. That's cutting it now. That's looking good. Looking good. Back to my quality bar stool. Oh yeah. There we go, huh? So close. Hey, Brother Troy says the tiniest stones I already graded them. He found one, a real nice one. Sweet, man. It's awesome. Now I've got to hear him out. Yeah, exactly. Out of balance for sure. Well, tell you what. It will happen before too long. This is working out great, though. And I'm actually kind of glad that we had a little, you know, troubleshooting that we had to do tonight on that you know, roughing machine because, you know, I was kind of curious, like, you know, because I've only done this a few times. How soon can I get it into that roughing machine? And it seems like, yeah, you actually do need to put the work in and make sure that it's as smooth as possible going into that. Because if it's not, you're going to get uneven wear. And, hey, you know, we learned something. All the samples we could take from it. Oh, yeah. We'll do a little bit of recording. And we'll, you know, give it to one of them, you know, one of the music guys. I got a buddy who does a lot of music. And I'll be like, hey, man, make me up a tune that I can put. I think it would be good. Oh, and now we're getting
It's like a frog. See if we can adjust it. It's starting to get so late, I'm getting silly. Oh yeah, man. Whoa. Yeah, this is gonna be awesome. Pretty stoked about it. It's still cutting pretty well. But I can already tell that, you know, these are speeding up tremendously compared to, you know, say the 100 grit that we started, you know. And then the only thing we really go after this is the 3000 and possibly the 10. Beats by Rogue Rock. Exactly, man. you going to bed there, Epoch? It's like 3:30 in the morning over there. Plus, you got little brother to hang out, little brother to hang out with tomorrow. Exactly. Nobody likes a grumpus, man. I keep seeing little mosquitoes, and I'm like, how'd you even get in here? Like this one's is yours? I don't know, man. I don't know. That shelf sure really wants it. Oh, 1035A. Well, so maybe I should be pushing over into the European space there, right? Jeez. I tell you what I don't hear right now is dogs barking. Like I did last night at midnight. Oh, actually, it was a lot later than that. I think it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. Dogs just fly off the handle, start barking like crazy. And so, of course, I fly up out of bed like, what the hell's that? And it's like, I go out and I turn the back porch light on. I'm looking around. Go to the front door. Turn that light on. Look around. What the hell? And the dogs just look up at me like, hey, what's going on? And it's like, well, what are you guys barking about? Oh, just wanted to bark. Felt like a good thing to do. I was like, bruh, what? And it kind of stinks because, you know, it's like, I don't know about you guys, but you get woken up in a jolt like that, it's really hard to go back to bed, you know? And so I think I was up to like, you know, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, and just all day long, I've been trying to catch, you know, catch a little energy. I know it, man. Yeah, I actually have to go and feed my buddy's dogs today because they're out of town visiting for family. So I'm gonna be up early today anyway. I'm hoping it's not gonna be too rainy today though. I really want to be able to hopefully go rock hounding today. But if not, I still got like 3 or 4 preforms that I can work on. I'm just trying to save those, you know, more for the live streams and stuff. I think making the spheres on live stream was pretty cool. I at least enjoy it. Hope all you do as well. Pretty cool. It's really nice to be able to see the progress happen, you know. You have no problem. I go on chat roulette. Ooh. Yeah, I don't do that chat roulette stuff no more. I saw a few things I didn't want to see, and that was about enough for me. Oh, shiny ball. Yeah, I can already see that it's not building it up. It's quite as fast on this one, which is to be expected, you know. I mean, we're at 1,000 grit right now, and so the fact even that it's cutting this much is kind of surprising, to be honest. Yeah, I did the Omegle thing a few times too. It was pretty interesting. I got some laughs out of it. I haven't done it for a while. Maybe I have to jump on that again thing. Every once in a while, you know, you find somebody that's really cool to talk with. Especially, you know, like you get somebody from another country or something, it's like, hey, can you tell me about your country? Because I don't know nothing about Romania or Istanbul or, all these places. Never been there. That's a little bit more juice. Yeah. Oh, it's getting close. It is getting super close now. But now we fight price. Yeah, it's cleaning up fast now. I had a Scottish guy tell me he was speaking English, couldn't understand anything. And I'm pretty good with languages, yeah. Yeah. I watch, some British comedy and stuff, and I really like it when they, when they're joking on all the other accents and stuff, because it's like, what is it, the Cockneys? It's like, yeah, I mean, they're speaking English, but you don't know what the hell they're saying. Yeah. Just every little bit of buildup. Yeah, we're getting really close to this one. Fluent in Australian. That's awesome, man. You know, I actually really want to go to Australia. I mean, I know there's a lot of stuff that can kill you there, but I think it would be cool. I want to go to New Zealand, though, really bad. That's like spot number one for me. There's nothing that's going to kill you. They got a bunch of nephrite and jade down there. Those guys are great carvers. Just absolutely crazy at carving. And, there's there's kind of a struggle right now for the Ponamu, which is the nephrite jade. And I would love to talk with some people and just be like, hey, so tell me about this. What's happening? You know? What's the history? What's the struggle? Yeah. Yeah, some people do speak a little too quickly. And that doesn't make it very easy to understand. It's like I worked in kitchens for a long, long time, It was one of the first jobs I ever had, and I was working with a lot of Mexicans and what's the other one? Guatemalans and just a lot of Spanish speaking people. And I would try to learn some Spanish and stuff like that, but it was like, hey man, slow down. I'm really struggling to try to understand what you're saying. And because when you're a native speaker, it's just really fast. There's the extra bass. Oh, come on. So you'll see that I keep squirting off the cups. And that's actually because I'm trying to see how the water buildup is on those cups. The one of the things I did learn online from some people is they were like, when you're using these polishing cups like this, look at what color the water is. The cleaner it is, the closer you are to being done. So I actually think this guy's really good. Because we're really not getting a whole lot of cutting going on, especially at 1,000 grit, Yeah, Portuguese is a super weird Latin language. The only thing I have ever done is like obrigado or something like that. I think that's like thank you. Listen to more Mexican rap. Oh yeah, I actually really like what do they call it? Oh, what's that stuff called? It's like oh man, my buddy used to listen to it all the time. Paisa music. That's what it's called. It's Paisa music. It's cool. I like the sound. I don't know. I don't know what they're saying, but I like the sound. Or he's like Spanish or something else. Yeah, for sure. Very different from Spanish, French, Italian, or Romanian. Yeah, that's crazy. This is why I like talking with other people, from different places. Because you just get little info about stuff you would have never known about otherwise. Alright, let's slap this thing into the next gear. Put that there. That guy. This all cleaned up. Ooh-wee. It's just, I love the feel of it too. So smooth. This is going to be a really nice ball. Really nice. Oh, sounds like it's raining again. I'm going to get some, put my paper towel roll. There she is. See how we actually look, because that towel's a little moist. All right. So you can see it's still a little bit hazy on that one, but it's should change that here on this next grit. Usually the last ones I was noticing, it seems like 1,000 grit is where I really hit that polish, but I think we're going to see it on this next one, which means we'll probably be able to, bump up and go to the 10K as well. So this is going to be our second to last stage, possibly our last stage, but we'll see.
Yeah, it sounds like that rain's coming down. This guy, tighten right up against it. Give it our traditional love squirt. All right, that one might be okay. Put this guy here, a little extra more. There we go. Hmm. Not really seeing a whole lot of buildup. Kind of concerning a little bit. I'll do a slight adjustment on this side. So we're getting a little bit of foaming there, which, that means at least something's happening, but I'm thinking I'm gonna have to do something about that. That's super annoying. Yeah, this is why I want just like a whole buttload of those shims. I wonder why we're just kind of struggling on this one. Alright, I think that's probably going to work. We'll just have to let that roll for a little bit, see how it works. I mean, I'm definitely seeing some, some hazy water on here though, so it's definitely being good. Um, Romanian is close to Old Latin in writing and speaking. No, I didn't know that. That's why I like this type of stuff. We learn about new things. What? Oh, there it is. That's the problem. This is just floppy. Put a little lift on that. Yeah, I need something a little bit more aggressive. Where is? I need a shim. There, that should help. Maybe I need to just adjust this a little differently. Move you out of the way. There we go. There we go. We got nice rotation now. And I feel like we're actually getting a little bit of cut in there. I just feel like we should be seeing a little bit more, you know? I mean, we're getting the correct rotation and everything, but yeah. And we've got a little bit of milkiness going on here. But I'm just like, is it doing what it should? All right, there we go. That feels like a good rotation. And I can definitely see here that we've got milkiness coming off. Which, I mean, we're at a 3,000 grit, so it should be good. So yeah, we're just about there. See how this one turns out. I am excited for this because we're dang near a 6-hour stream. Woo-wee! That's crazy. Should bring a cotton here. Exactly. A little bit of bass. I'm sure if I poke around at it in a way, will give us a little bass. I mean, we're getting a really good rotation though, and that's I think what counts because we have full contact. Everything looks like it's real good there. And we've got milkiness coming off of the cups, so that's good. Definitely got some foaming that's occurring, which tells me that it is definitely, taking off some material. I think I'm going to have to go buy a whole pack of shims, though. I think that's just going to help me out. I used to have a bunch of them. Oh, God, don't do that. There we go. Yeah, I had a whole pack of them shims, and I just don't know where the heck they went. Which kind of sucks because, as y'all know, shims are not cheap. For little pieces of wood, they sure do charge a lot. Oh yeah, I can see some milkiness building up. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. We got the piano, exactly. Oh God, no, see that? One thing just completely sets everything off. Try to adjust something and the other side of the world ends up getting a piece of it. I think we're alright though. Yeah, I do think though if I get a pack of shims though, I'll be able to adjust my stuff a little easier. And more than anything, I would like to be able to, in between these gaps here, I'd like to be able to put little shims in there because that does help reduce the vibration. This is going to be a good ball. Real good ball. Yeah, and it's crazy too because these are slow speed machines, and so if you get a high speed machine and it's cutting off 2/3 of your time, we go from 6-7 hours or something like that for from start to finish down to maybe an hour or two. That would be pretty nice. I gotta admit, that'd be pretty nice. But in the meantime, what I'm going to be trying to do is since I've got 4 of these machines. I'd really like to be able to have it to where, you can I'll be running multiple machines at once. There is. There is definitely somewhere out there making shims for just this purpose. This side that just keeps wanting to rotate out. And I think that's another reason where it's nice to have that shim that you can slip in this side because then it stops this kind of motion. Because if you see, these things actually slightly rotate a little bit, or they move just a little bit. But it's a home build game, and I'm just happy that I can actually get the process done. I think I'm gonna try to mess around with the chains up here and see like if that actually does help at all. Because I just felt like last time it was it kind of wasn't doing anything, to be honest, you know. Some of the yep, do the twist exactly. These things are. They are definitely doing twist. I tell you what, man. But the nice part is I am seeing some milkiness on this cut back here where the water is building up, which means it's definitely doing its job. Curious why I keep getting some weird movement over on my these shims. I mean, it's looking good though. And my gold pan water trap is working amazingly. Haven't even filled it up to the top yet. It's getting close though. Getting real close. Yeah. Just about there. Just about there. Oh yeah. I am pretty surprised it's actually been going this long. It's pretty cool. And the old school way though, woo wee. You know, that took days. I mean, we've been able to reduce it down to hours into this one, and these are slow speed machines. Can you imagine the old way? How you looking there, buddy? How you looking? You have a real clean spray. Yeah, I mean, I had rock tumblers there, Romania. I did. I had a 15-pound barrel. I had the vibratory tumblers. I had the little ones that are like what the little 2-pounders or whatever. And I just got. I would always get contamination, and after a while, you know, it just started getting frustrating. So I ended up selling those off, and you know, just basically focusing on only doing spheres. And you know, now that I got some of these cups going and have these cups going, it was actually able to get up and running because it's like I've had the machines. I've had this thing for like 5 years. I just could never do anything with it because I didn't have anything to. I couldn't afford the little cups, and I figured, oh, you know, I'm gonna have to have the whole set, and that's over $2,000. So, you know, when I bought these and got the little polishing pad cups with them, I mean, it actually opened up the whole project to me, and so I just instantly got going on it. What you scared about, bro? Epoch, you scared? All right, well, I think we're about ready to pull this because we're not really getting a whole lot of whole lot of juice dropping. So I figured it's probably right about to that point. Seems pretty glossy. Ooh, that definitely feels glossier. That's pretty nice. All right, so this is 100% dry. I would say it turned out pretty dang good. And looking at it on my side, I don't really think the 10K is really going to do too much because we didn't see that doing a whole lot. So I'm going to pull these guys. And I think we might just call it, everybody. It's pretty late tonight. And with how much I saw the, there wasn't a whole lot of material coming off or anything, but yeah, look at that. This is just brilliant. And it's like half-half. That's the cool part. You got like a really nice split there where it's like, you get kind of the lighter stuff over here and then the darker stuff on this one. I would say that's a dang good ball. Not too bad, huh? Not too bad at all, if I have had any say in it. Pretty awesome. And just, it's so smooth. I mean, you can just feel how, like, glossy it is. Especially when you get it, like, on that paper like that. It's just like, oh, yeah. I love it. That is pretty nice. Pretty nice. Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. Well, everybody, I really definitely appreciate you joining tonight. And I hope it wasn't too long of a stream. It looks like we're at about 5 hours and 57 minutes. And so it was excellent. I enjoyed all you guys being here, and I hope to see you next week. I think next week we're going to try to do it a little bit quicker. So what I'll probably end up doing is taking and, prepping one of these out a little bit beforehand so we won't have to use the roughing machine. But I did want to show just, kind of how long it all takes, and that's not even including the core drill and everything like that. So, but like I said, appreciate you guys being here. Hope to see you next week, and I hope you have a great holiday. Thanks for joining tonight. Oh. See you next time, guys.